are partnered with Fresno State, UC Merced, CSU Stanislaus, CSU Bakersfield, and the State Center Community College District. And to date, while we're not here to discuss this, I always like to highlight that we've provided over 600 paid internships to students throughout the San Joaquin Valley who want to get into government and public service. And so it's a wonderful program. We're grateful you're here. This room is filled with a diverse audience: elected officials, agency leaders, growers, energy producers, environmental advocates, researchers, business leaders, students, community partners. The fact that so many different perspectives are represented here today in one room is not by accident. It's completely intentional, and it's the point of why we're all here. Before we get started, I'd also like to thank our presenting sponsor, Golden State Clean Energy. I'm going to turn this on. Hang on. Our presenting sponsor, Golden State Clean Energy. Golden State Clean Energy is from California with a focus exclusively on California. They develop innovative, comprehensive solutions to meet California's unique sustainability challenges and maximize value for California's communities and the environment. Golden State's master plan development model streamlines clean energy development by removing barriers and enabling faster, more affordable project delivery. Its strategic approach reduces project development timelines, which improve project viability, support ratepayer affordability, and help avoid development delays. Its premier project, Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan, is a development program proposed by Golden State Clean Energy, working with Westlands Water District to repurpose up to 136,000 acres of drainage-impaired agricultural lands for new renewable energy generation and new transmission infrastructure. Please join me in giving Golden State Clean Energy a round of applause. Thank you for your support. I'd also like to thank our panel sponsor, Vista Consulting. Please give them a round of applause. And our booth sponsors, Ag Monitor, Fresno Wet Center, Hotspot Ag, Kings River Conservation District, the Gualco Group, and American Farmland Trust. Thank you for your support. So before we get started today, I was reflecting, why do we do this? This is our third year putting this conference together. What's the purpose of this annual summit? A few years ago, the Maddy Institute made a deliberate decision to focus more on agricultural policy, not because it was, trendy or fun or easy, but because it's foundational in who we are as a valley. Agriculture, as many of you know, is not just an industry, it's the backbone of our economy. It shapes our workforce, our educational institutions, our small businesses, our housing markets, philanthropic investments, arts, and even ancillary industries like engineering, law, insurance, and so many others. Its reach is deep and interconnected, and also interconnected to energy production, which is why we're here today. The San Joaquin Valley is a national asset. We feed the country, refuel the country, and we increasingly power the country. But policy decisions made in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. have real consequences in our communities. And so the Maddy Institute's role is not to advocate for one side or the other. That's not what we believe in. But we believe in fostering a conversation. We create the space for conversation, for disagreement, for learning, and ideally for relationship building, which I hope you all will get out of today. And Ken Maddy believed that if you could get people to come to the table and build relationships to identify common ground, not that they would necessarily agree on every single thing, solutions and better public policy become possible. So thank you for your time this morning. Thanks for engaging thoughtfully, and thanks for being a part of a conversation that's essential to our valley and also California's future. Now it is my honor to introduce someone who understands the intersection of public policy and on-the-ground agricultural realities just as good as anyone, our keynote speaker this morning, Connie Conway. We're fortunate to have with us Connie Conway, State Executive Director of the USDA Farm Service Agency. Connie has spent years serving the people of the San Joaquin Valley, both in elected office and now in her federal leadership role. Connie Conway was appointed by the Trump administration to serve as the State Executive Director of the USDA Farm Service Agency in California in May 2025. Conway returned to FSA, where she previously served as the FSA State Director for California during President Trump's first term. She recently served as the chair of the World Ag Expo, the largest annual agricultural technological exposition. Prior to that, she served as a member of Congress in the U.S. House of Representatives. in the 22nd Congressional District, where she served on several committees, including Natural Resources, the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources, Subcommittee on Water, Oceans and Wildlife, Veterans Affairs, Disability Assistance, and Memorial Affairs. Conway was also a California State Assemblywoman from 2009 through 2014, where she also served as the minority leader. Conway has earned numerous awards throughout her career, including being recognized as Woman of the Year by the 33rd Assembly District. She attended Fresno State and has lived in Tulare County her entire life and spent her career supporting agriculture and farmers and ranchers. Her son and grandchildren operate a dairy farm in Oregon. Please join me in welcoming Connie Conway.
Wow, I hope I can live up to all of that. I have two sets of notes. I'm probably going to go with the abbreviated version rather than the long version, although there's good stuff in there too, just because I tend to talk too much and I get off subject really easily. So thank you all for having me here this morning. I know just enough to make me dangerous. I tell people that my goal in life is to learn something new every day. The problem is retention. At a certain point in life, what I know today doesn't necessarily mean I know it tomorrow. Thus, I have notes. And I do want to say that I am here at the invitation of the Maddy Institute. I am not speaking for the federal government. I think the president did that last night. I am not speaking for the Farm Service Agency, although information I gleaned from doing that. This is really just a body of work for me and a lifetime of interest in agriculture. Obviously, I like to eat. So it's just kind of my thoughts and others' thoughts put together. But I really stand on the backs of agriculture, every farmer and agricultural advocate, basically on all of you that are here today, because that's where I get my best information, is talking to other people. So if I haven't called you in a while, Jack Garamendi, remind me to call you. I have a special place in my heart for county supervisors. They do a lot of good work. And someone just, as I was just telling somebody about a little bit about my past life, I left the Board of Supervisors in Tulare County and went to Sacramento. So how smart am I, really? Most of the people I know in the state legislature are trying to get out of there and get on a Board of Supervisors. So it's a great job. You're close to the people. You get everybody's opinion. I used to joke and say, if I really wanted groceries, I needed to go at 6 a.m. or 11 p.m. because otherwise it took me 4 hours to get out of the grocery store. But actually, I had some great conversations there, and I will admit, occasionally hanging out in the grocery store so I could talk to people, food producers, food consumers, really get a feel for things. And I would also say that Blake mentioned that my son, who used to farm and dairy here in the Central Valley, is now in Oregon. He's part of the Tillamook system. It's similar in some ways, but very different in others. So I'm trying to expand my horizons on how things work and why they work and what works best. So with that, actually, I'm really appreciative of this opportunity. As I say, my work at the Farm Service Agency really doesn't have much to do with what I'm talking to this morning, except the end effect. And I learned from the farmers coming to the Farm Service Agency every day. We're really kind of, at FSA, we're really kind of like a disaster agency. And there are people that would tell you some of our offices are a disaster. We are very understaffed. We have programs. People ask me, what's it like working again for the Trump administration? I said, oh man, it's full on now. I wake up at 4 in the morning, turn on Fox News to see what's happening today. But literally, we must have at least 6 programs happening at the Farm Service Agency with deadlines coming in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, an overabundance of work. But basically what we do, we're not proactive. We like to think we're proactive about agriculture, but we're kind of reactive. So the work that the Farm Service Agency does is after fire, after flood, after disease, after. And so farmers come to us for help in fixing, as they fix whatever disaster happened to them, then it's the Farm Service Agency's job to help them, get them back on their feet, and get them going. And before I get started, I'll tell you this happens daily. In Modesto, the Del Monte brand company filed for bankruptcy. I believe they sold their plant to someone else, but there is no home now for 50,000 acres of clean peaches, and my agency is unable to help them. I am raising the bar in DC to try and get someone to acknowledge and pay attention to this. So these are some of the daily challenges that we have here in agriculture. And one of my dear friends reminded me to tell all of you that about 1 million acres of agricultural productive land have been fallowed, and it's only going to get worse. I did not come here to be negative Nancy or Debbie Doom or whatever they call those people, to want to be a little more uplifting, but we're at a serious crossroads here, and I'll talk a little bit about that as I'm going here with studies that other people have done. So it's not just what Connie said, it's what other smart people said. So talking about, I feel like there's two forces that really are going to determine the future of California agriculture, and that, of course, is water and power, and I think that's what you're here today to talk about. Not separately, not in silos, but together, because in California, water and energy are inseparable. There's a report that was done, you may have heard about this. More than one farmer has mentioned this to me. I spend a lot of my day on the phone talking to farmers. This report was done April 1st, 2021. It's called California's Forgotten Farmers, a 100-mile circle fighting to preserve America's food independence. It was released. The premise was simple: draw a 100-mile radius around Fresno. Inside that circle lies one of the most productive agricultural regions on Earth, less than 1% of U.S. land area, nearly half of America's fruits, vegetables, and nuts, more than 250 crops, many that cannot be grown at scale anywhere else in the country. The report warned that this region was not just productive, it is strategic, but it is increasingly vulnerable. I'm reminded that with those statistics, which is amazing when you think about 1% of the land producing that much of the food, and you know, food is a piece of national security. I know you've heard the saying before, and a famous person said it, and I can't remember who, maybe you do. A nation that can't feed itself is in big trouble. That's not exactly how the quote goes. That's my version. But Dave Puglia from Growers has reminded me constantly, tell those people in Washington, D.C., that California is half of the farm gate of the United States. And a big example of that is at the Farm Service Agency. We had a program called MASK. If you're farmers, some of you may be familiar with it. This was for the whole country, the MASK program they were eligible for, depending on their statistics. The Fresno office took in and produced, if you will, more applications in one office, the Fresno office, than any other state in the United States. That was an amazing fact to me, and when you figure Fresno, yes, would be our biggest and largest office. Tulare not far behind, Kern is in there, Kings County. This central region here, so productive. But just think about those numbers. More in one office in California than any other state. And every state has, quote unquote, specialty crops. People like to say that what we do in California is it's all specialty crops. And I say, yes, yes it is. They're all special to me, and I like every single one of them. And I enjoy them daily. So this 100-mile study says that it leaves us vulnerable not only to drought, not only to groundwater restrictions, but to infrastructure gaps and rising energy costs. The question is not whether this 100-mile circle matters. The question is whether our water and power policies reflect that reality. Energy touches every stage of farming, from planting to shipping, but California agriculture is unique. In most states, farm energy is primarily diesel for tractors. In California, agriculture energy is dominated by water movement. Water systems account for nearly 20% of Californians' total electricity use and about 30% of natural gas consumption. It's a big number when you think about it. And actually, the past few days, the beautiful view of the Sierra Mountains as we see, it's stunningly gorgeous. And yet, in the back of my mind, it's like, uh-oh, what's going to happen when it all comes down? And if it all manages to trickle down at the same time. I know many areas were hit by the huge flooding a couple of years ago. I hope we don't repeat that. But our infrastructure is not prepared. It was built in the 60s, 50s, 60s. Population is what, doubled in California? We're not prepared for that amount of water at once. And yet, they say the drought is not with us anymore. Maybe it's cyclical, maybe it will come back. But if we're not able to capture this beautiful water, then it's of no use to us. And I know for agriculturalists, paying for water that you don't get seems so unfair in so many ways. So when we're talking energy policy, we are actually talking water policy. And when we talk water policy, we're talking about energy policy. So let's look at how farmers use energy for water. First, groundwater extraction. It takes between 170 and 600 kilowatt hours to pump just 1 acre-foot of water. As aquifers decline and water tables fall, energy demand rises. Deeper water means more electricity. Next, we want to talk about conveyance. Water does not move over mountain ranges without massive pumping plants. Moving water hundreds of miles requires enormous amounts of power. And third, pressurization. Modern drip irrigation saves water, but it requires energy to maintain consistent pressure. Efficiency in water can mean increased electricity demand. Hydropower averages about 15% of California's electricity generation. In wet years, it can exceed 20%. In dry years, it can fall below 7%. Less water in reservoirs means less hydropower. Climate variability increases the volatility. There are opportunities. During the last drought, water conservation and conversation led to substantial energy savings. Groundwater recharge has increased in recent years, and letting water naturally seep into aquifers uses far less energy than pumping or desalinization. So I don't know how you all feel about that. I wish we could use more hydropower. Hopefully we're using it to its capacity. But last I heard or know, we don't count that as energy production. Hydropower is not counted on the scale of what we're producing. I've never been able to figure out why that doesn't count. It seems like a valuable tool. I feel it should be included, but I only know so much. So recharging is a water win, and it's an energy win. Agrovoltaics offers another opportunity. During recent extreme heat waves, crops grown beneath solar panels required significantly less water due to reduced evaporation. However, my question was, how are you going to get those panels over the canals? How are you going to service them? I don't know. Something to think about. And I think deep thoughts often. I never have a solution, but I do. When people tell me something, it sticks in my brain. I don't know if you guys are like that or not. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and think, now what did that guy tell me, and what are we going to do about it? It's a curse, not a blessing. So we need a dual benefit for agriculture wins when it comes to both water and power. So field operations, California agriculture is transitioning towards zero-emission off-road equipment, and the goal would be clean air, although I believe there's been a little change in some of that most recently. But implementation realities matter. Rural grids were never designed for power-heavy dual electric tractors and remote irrigation pumps. I thought I was going to make millions of dollars because I was going to invent an extension cord that was, I don't know, how many miles would that extension cord need to be so you could plug that thing in and then work your field? I mean, good idea? Yeah, no. Just one of my musings in the middle of the night when I can't sleep. Farmers report delays of up to 3 years for necessary utility upgrades. Extending high-capacity lines into remote fields can cost more than $100,000 per mile. That's real money, people. Agriculture's peak energy demand occurs in the summer, the same time the grid is stressed by air-conditioned demands. California agricultural electricity rates currently range between 40 and 50 cents per kilowatt hour, nearly triple the national average. Triple, that's a big number. The study pointed out that a similar operation in Texas may pay about 15 cents. Is that why everybody's going to Texas? It's a dichotomy to me. I understand people are leaving. I think I understand why. If you have cattle or cows, if you're in that type of agriculture, you can pick them up, you can move them if you find a place for them. But if you're farming this agricultural land that is so important to us and so precious to us, you cannot pick up the land and take it. And it's water and power that brought the ability to farm as we do, as we know it now, currently, here in the Central Valley, and really in the state of California. You know, we grow a variety of 402. We now have 2 new certified crops in California. We had 400. We have 2 new ones. It's scientifically graded seaweed is one of the 2 new ones. And agave. If you've driven out on I-5, you see missing trees, but you see a lot of agave plants. Hundreds of acres of them. And those are, it's an agricultural product. You harvest it every 7 years. So I think they're constantly planting to renew. The end product, I don't know, I describe wine as an agricultural product. I suppose tequila could be described as an agricultural product in some circles, but requires little water, and there must be a monetary gain at the end of that. But I just thought it was interesting that those are the 2 newest certified crops for California. So that brings us to a 402 variety of crops. And it's really hard for me when I get on the phone with the state executive directors from the United States. We do this at least twice a week. And I listen. I don't say too much. I call them up later and set them straight. But they, you know, their issues, while they're alike what happens in California, they're extremely different. They don't have, well, not everything they grow is known as a specialty crop, as they call everything in California. Interesting to me, too, a new program that we have, which is a bridge program. It's very Midwest focused, very Midwest focused. There are some of those crops in California. Some people will benefit from that, but that number is staggering to me, $11 billion worth of relief and help, and there is $1 billion of relief and help set aside for specialty crops. So as I spoke with one of my managers the other day, I said, do you understand what that means? We're going to go through a drill with farmers. We're going to try to help them because of their losses. And in the end, $1 billion will maybe give every farmer that applies $300. Will it be worth their time and effort to go through the strategic planning and all that it takes to be rewarded with that? So I said I wasn't going to talk about Farm Service Agency, but here I am. I guess it's because I live it every day. But it's a harbinger of what's to come. And so part of the fight for California agriculture, water and power, is a fight with the federal government to get the attention that many of us believe we need. When you're producing, 25% of the fluid milk products for the United States, 50% of edible fruits, nuts, trees, those things, California should be a really big deal. But in some respects, it's kind of up to us. What are we going to do about it? And that falls a lot on our policymakers. And sometimes I struggle to understand the policy. I'm worried about, I know the big AI centers that they're talking about. Those take, I'm told, extreme amounts of water. Do we have water to share with them? They take a lot of power. Do we have the ability to produce the power without gas, oil? Are we able to do those things? No one wants to use nuclear power, or nuclear, as a famous president once called it. No one's enamored with that the look at that. And so it's a dynamic situation, I believe, for the state of California and the San Joaquin Valley in particular. There's certainly fruits, there's certainly agriculture in every part of the state, different terms for it, different facets of agriculture. It's all lumped together. But my worry is that once we lose our land, once we lose the agriculture here, as the study that I cited said, there's no replacing that. You know, we're not going to go to Michigan or Ohio and grow citrus fruits. You know, it's just not going to happen. So protecting California agriculture, for my way of thinking, is whatever risk we take, whatever issues we look at, and water is key to that, and power along with the water. We're really at a crossroads. I know you've heard that before. I probably said that 10 years ago when I was in the legislature, or my 5 minutes as a congresswoman. You know, what is the breaking point? Have we seen it? Are we there? All of you may have a different answer to that question. I'm hopeful that today, in the conversation that happens, we'll come up with some ideas, some solutions, some areas that we can work together on that make sense. Just know that there's partners out there that want to help. I will be interested to see. I said I'm not speaking for the administration. I will think about it. I will refer to it just briefly a little bit. The other day, announcement was made, and in this administration's true style, they didn't say, okay, we're taking back the regulation. You don't have to have a kill switch on your pickup truck. And then in another month, okay, well, we're going to, reduce the tailpipe emissions and whatever. No, it's my understanding, and it was just like, hey, we're just wiping everything out all at once. And it's cause for concern, and everybody's like, oh my God, how can they do that? But in some respects, maybe it's ripping off the Band-Aid, I don't know. Maybe it's just like, okay, here you go, zoom, now deal with it. I don't know that that's the perfect solution, but it's the one we've been offered for the moment. In the ideal world, in my ideal world, I still believe that we are all meant to work together. We're supposed to figure these things out. The state of California seems to be at war with the federal government on many fronts. Certainly part of that would be agriculture as it regards water and power. I don't know who's going to come forth and make somehow those two forces of nature, the state and the feds, somehow there has to be a conversation that makes sense. Because if you guys, I mean, maybe I'm the only one that thinks this, but I'm not ready for agriculture to go away. And I'm not ready to leave California. I love it here. I've been here my whole life. 75 years for the record. Oh my God, that's a big number, isn't it? But, we don't want to leave. We want to fix things, but we want to make it amenable so that everybody is here. I'm going to refer back to that plant that is no longer going to can the cling peaches that are grown in Yuba County and Stanislaus County and all around it there. That's a huge agricultural market. But there's 100 jobs lost from the closing of that plant. And that's not the fallover jobs. That's not, that's not really the farmer jobs or the farm worker jobs. It is just the plant itself and all the people that work there and contribute to that. The hit to the economy has got to be huge. This is another thing that I worry about when it comes to agriculture is, do we understand the people in this room probably do, the economic driver that agriculture is? And as we slowly fallow the land and as we slowly lose that ability in this most beautiful part of agricultural world where we're able to grow this variety of things and feed the world. I don't know. Gosh, I said I wasn't going to be negative. Am I being negative? I'm not trying to be. Let's just close with, if our 100-mile circle that we're envisioning starting in Fresno, you know, with the protractor and you make the circle, if that starts to fail, or as we fallow more land and we depend less on agriculture, what is the replacement plan for those jobs? What is the replacement plan for farmers, for farm workers, for auxiliary workers, for agricultural production? I haven't heard one yet. We are the San Joaquin Valley. We are not Silicon Valley. We aren't even Silicon Valley. Sorry, that's rude. That's what I refer to as San Fernando Valley as. Not very nice of me, but that's our reality. So I'm not sure I gave you any solutions today. Hopefully some food for thought, but I'm willing to work with anybody that wants to save agriculture, that wants to increase water and water storage and water flow, and that wants to find a way to make power less expensive and more available. I'm ready for that conversation. I hope most of you are today. I'm sure today those conversations are going to happen, right, Blake? And I'm going to be quiet because I know I've been up here too long. But I thank you all for your kind attention. And let's, what's the guy say? Let's get her done. One of the guys I served with on the board of supervisors, Supervisor Stephen Worthley, who was a lawyer by trade, but I guess he thought he was a truck driver. I don't know, but he used to say, let's get her done. So I'll leave you with those happy thoughts. I'll be around for a little while, and I'm easily accessible should you want to talk to me about anything, including FSA. Blake has my number. I'm happy to get it. Farmers call me on my cell phone that I don't even know every day. So I'm happy to have that conversation. Thank you for your kind attention. It's probably better that I went early, Blake. I didn't put anybody to sleep, and everybody's had coffee and they're ready to go. And once again, thank you for the kind invitation, and thank you for your attention to the ramblings of an old lady who really cares about the San Joaquin Valley. Thank you. I knocked that down. Yeah, thanks so much.
Let's give Connie Conway another round of applause. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and your being here this morning. Now it's my honor to introduce our first panel discussion, California's San Joaquin Valley, Fueling America. I'd like to welcome to the stage the following panelists. This panel is moderated this morning by Clint Olivier, the CEO of Central Valley BizFed, Brad Williams, a consultant for Californians for Energy Independence, Olivier Gerfignon, a CEO, Ag Monitor, and Richard Chapman, President and CEO of Kern Economic Development Corporation. Let's give him a round of applause.
Well, thank you, Blake, and also thank you to Connie Conway, wherever you went. Connie, it's always a pleasure to hear you speak and hear your vision for this valley, because you really do care. So it was a pleasure to hear you this morning. And Blake, thank you to you and to the Maddy Institute for putting this event together. You know, in my job with Central Valley Business Federation, our coalition spends an awful lot of time talking about agriculture. We spend an awful lot of time talking about energy, and we spend an awful lot of time talking about water as well. Those three issues and the nexus of where they come together occupy not just our time, their time, and also your time. And so when there's an event like this, it's so important to come out, to listen, to try and understand, and make contacts and gain new information. So again, thank you for that. I'm very excited to be moderating this panel. The way that this one is going to work is each member, Richard, do you have a, gosh, I can't think, PowerPoint? I think slideshow, but then I just show my age. And so we'll go ahead and get started right now. I'll introduce everyone again. On your far right is Richard Chapman from Kern Economic Development Corporation, and then we have Brad Williams for Californians for Energy Independence, and then we have Olivier Joffignon, and he is with, he's the CEO of Ag Monitor. So without any more talking from the moderator, let's hear from the people who really understand. Who wants to kick it off? Who's scheduled to go first? Go ahead, Brad. You go first.
On. Hope you can all hear me. What I'm going to talk about this morning is California's energy transition, the plan, over the next 20 years to go from about 400 million metric tons of emissions in California down to close to zero, a little less than zero. The rest of it is supposed to be handled through carbon capture, that sort of thing. And talk a little bit about agriculture's role in that and how it's going to be impacted by California's plans in this area. I think the bottom line on all this is that the energy transition, as you know, is an incredibly aggressive plan. And I would characterize it so far as sort of aspirational. It's been we've had, a scoping plan in 2022. We've had a number of regulations, some of which have been, halted by the federal government, but which would, transition our cars and trucks over to zero emissions and that sort of thing. But the challenge right now is that we're sort of getting to the point where it's getting real, and it's time, I think, for California. When they do a revision to that 2022 scoping plan in 2027, to be realistic. And they have not been realistic so far. And so, and if they don't become realistic, I think the future isn't all that great for California. So far, I think what we have seen, my clients in the oil and gas industry are obviously very concerned, but every Californian should be concerned, is that, the basics of the plan is we're going to phase out traditional energies over the next 20 years, and we're going to replace them with renewable energy. So far, we've been very good at phasing out traditional energy. If you look at what has happened over the last 6 years, since 2019, oil production in California has fallen by 40%, largely because the oil producers have not been able to get any permits, almost no permits, to replace the declining production that naturally occurs in existing wells. I'm not talking about permits to go out and find oil in new fields. I'm just talking about permits in the same field to replace some of the natural decline of production that occurs. So we have 40% reduction in production. We have, after the Valero refinery closes in the first quarter of 2006, or 26 this year, 32% decline in refining capacity. So we're on a trajectory for in-state oil production and refining going to zero if we kind of continue with the same sorts of policies that we've seen over the last 6 years. State did sort of pivot last year in 2025 and is trying to save the remaining refiners, trying to halt the major decline in oil and gas production. But if what they've done so far is a good start, but it's probably not enough. So we've got this decline, where it ultimately will have to become a 100% import economy. All this is occurring when demand for gasoline, diesel, jet fuel is declining at maybe 1% a year. So we're kind of getting to that point where we're going to run out, we're going to be 100% import dependent. That has all sorts of major challenges. In the meantime, the phase up of renewable energy, California is way ahead of other states, but it's way behind where it needs to be in terms of meeting its objective of full decarbonization by 2045. So that's kind of what my message is in a nutshell. And my last slide is, what we need to do, how we need to pivot. just moving ahead, very quickly, this chart just shows, in the scoping plan, agriculture is expected to play a major role in decarbonization of the California economy. 4 different boxes there around agriculture. Increase in organic agriculture, 20%, so it becomes 20% of the total. Methane reduction from dairies, carbon sequestration, soil-based solutions, all of which are, expensive, challenging, and also present opportunities. But the big thing, and the thing I'm going to talk about partly because it's what I know, partly because it has such far-reaching effects, is this decline in fossil fuels, replacing fossil fuels with renewable electric power. And I apologize, I thought I turned off my phone, but it's going, so I'm just going to let it go. So that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit in the remaining slides. Going to this next one, kind of going back to this notion of we need to get back to reality here as we move forward. Up until about 2018, there was a recognition by the state's regulatory agencies that while perhaps it was possible to decarbonize certain sectors of the economy, getting to full decarbonization was going to be enormously expensive. And this is a slide, it's hard to follow. All I want you to see is the rising size of the bars as you move to the right. The notion was that you could get some solutions inexpensively, but as you decarbonize more and more of the economy, the solutions were going to get more expensive. To the point here where you're talking about, up to $1,600 per metric ton of carbon emission reduction. The challenge has always been, for agriculture, is a lot of the stuff that is very expensive is over on the right-hand side of the bars of the chart, are things that impact agriculture either directly or indirectly. Mainly, probably the biggest thing is decarbonizing the large trucking industry. Farms, obviously, they use energy to produce crops, that sort of thing. But then they put it on trucks, it goes to food processors where it gets processed using a lot of natural gas right now. Then it gets distributed to consumers, down the road. The trucking part is incredibly expensive. And there was a recognition of that up until 2018. The problem is that when the governor, through executive order said we need to fully decarbonize the transportation industry, the agency sort of backed away from what seems to me like a very logical sort of economic concept that as you move further along the cost solutions, it's going to get more and more expensive. And I've spent a fair amount of time looking at the economic justification for the regulations, both the smaller cars, the light vehicles, and the trucking industry, and a number of other sectors like industrial decarbonization and that sort of thing. And the more recent estimates have been that not only is the cost curve not going to increase, that in many cases, the cost of moving to zero-emission vehicles, for example, zero-emission trucks, is going to be lower on a total cost basis over time. But when you start picking apart the assumptions that go into that, they're fanciful assumptions, and the real costs are dramatically higher. And I think the challenge is we're just starting to kind of see what the implications are. And the challenge for us is that, sorry, I went the wrong way here, is that we're kind of on the front end of the real, decarbonization activities that are going to happen in order for us to reach our goals. Here's one issue that Connie Conway brought up, and it's enormously important to everybody, is that energy costs already, the electricity, which is going to form the basis of our decarbonized economy, transportation and heating and everything else, is already becoming exorbitantly expensive. gone up 68%. This is residential, but it looks the same for industrial, commercial electricity purchases. Gone up 68% in the last 6 years. It's close to double the national average. And you know, some of our state's competitors, like Texas, it's as much as 3 times higher. And these numbers are only going to get much, much bigger if we stay on the path, because again, this does not yet reflect, other than rooftop solar subsidies, does not reflect any of the enormous costs that are ahead if we go to an all renewable-based electricity system. So this is a challenge for, have to get my lefts and rights straight here. This is a challenge for everybody in the Central Valley and throughout California. It is certainly going to hit agriculture and related food processing industries very, very hard because they are so energy intensive. This slide is very quickly where we are in the energy transition. I think a lot of times state regulatory agencies sort of describe this as being mid-transition. We've made a lot of progress, but if we're going to zero, we've really just haven't even gotten off the ground. And these are just some examples of where we are and where we need to be. I won't go through all of them, but I would highlight a couple. One is grid expansion. You know, on top of the needs for data centers and everything else, we're going to have to increase the capacity of the grid by well over double. Part of that is to meet the, you know, increased demand that is going to occur. Part of it is if you go to all renewable system, you don't have energy on demand, so you kind of have to overbuild. You know, either overbuild or rely heavily on battery storage, both of which are fairly expensive. Those costs are still ahead of us. Offshore wind is one component of that. It's very important to an economy that runs solely on renewables because, for example, if you're going to use electricity for major trucks, you're going to have depot charging where the electricity is available overnight. Solar doesn't produce energy overnight, so the only way you get the energy overnight is a lot of storage and a lot of offshore wind, where the wind blows in the evening and you get that kind of power. That's going to be enormously expensive. It's not built into the rate structure yet. It's not built into anybody's projection, but it will be coming. So, you know, a lot of assumptions there, but I think I'll just stop at those two. And let me I'll close very quickly with this, what do we need in the 27 scoping plan? Very quickly, coordinated strategy. It's time to get real. All the above strategy that keeps the traditional power in place, doesn't push us towards renewable power until the technology is there and we're ready. Detailed plan, realistic goals and timelines. Is 20 years at all achievable? Is 100% net carbon reduction, elimination realistic? Credible estimates of costs. One of the big issues is we have the plans, we have the aspiration, but we don't have the budget in California. There was some money in 21-22 budget, 22-23. Some of that's being pulled back. There was also a bond. Some of that has been pulled back. There's been no new money in the last couple of years, and the state faces major shortfalls, so there's none forthcoming. We need to fund what stuff that we're going to require. We need to fund subsidies and other things that are going to help us get there. And then, you know, just again, credible estimates when we're looking at the costs and the benefits of these transitions based on real world assumptions. And, well, I've already said it, the last thing is the budget. You know, if we're going to do it, we need to finance it. If we can't finance it, we need to scale back. So those are kind of my comments. I hope I didn't go too long, but thank you.
Oh, here we go. Brad Williams, Californians for Energy Independence. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for your presentation. Our next presenter is Olivier Joffignon, and he is from Ag Monitor. He is the CEO. Take it away.
Thank you for hosting me. It's great to have another Olivier today.
Well, I have to ask you, where are you from originally?
France.
You're from France. And so in England, Olivier is a last name. It's
Exactly,
a surname.
Olivier.
And on the continent, it's a first name.
Exactly.
But it's an amazing name.
Indeed.
No matter, first, last, middle.
So to do a full round, I appreciate you having a top-down approach. My presentation is going to be short, but I'm going to have more of a bottom-up approach, looking at it from the point of view of farmers and processors, which deals with the utilities on a weekly basis, how you go from 20% renewable to 50, which is kind of where we are. And Connie mentioned delays, it's pretty frustrating. I'm going to talk about energy literacy. Can someone understand a bill? And then I'm going to build on your concept of coordination. How can we work together? So Ag Monitor was spun out of UC. We got $7 million of California Energy Commission grants. We hosted by the Wet Center here. It's been a great collaboration. We'll also have angel investment from farming family offices. So it's about $10 million to build this AI tool for ag. And the main goal was to assist growers going through water and energy planning so they can increase productivity while reducing their utility bills. So it's mostly government funded, so we work with the government, but we have a retail approach. We're working with 50-acre mom and pop farms all the way to institutional funds like Nuveen Natural Capital, who's going to speak later today, with 50,000 acres here of horticulture, 1 million acres around the globe. So we try to navigate that large scale, 50 to 50,000 acres. So that's a very large spectrum of clients. And one thing I want to explain, Connie mentioned that dichotomy of messages from the Fed and the state. We see that also in California. Why farmers really start with a set of contracts. So you're doing your crop rotation. If you're in row crop, you're going to look at phasing out some non-performing orchards, maybe almond, plant some pistachios. They all have their own metrics. You got to be a little careful how you stage that. So you really start from the right to the left. You have a crop plan. You're going to have a certain water load. I love LightIQ and OpenET. Those tools from the satellites are not perfect, but guess what? They'll give you at a very low cost through your GSAs or through the OpenET consortium a pretty good number of how much you're going to need water today and in 10 years when your orchards are fully mature. So those are great tools. Again, I've been a collaboration between private sector and public sector. So we're doing a lot of good stuff. What gets a little harder is what does it mean for your energy? Pressurized system, solar. When you go to the left, I'm just relaying some of the things I've heard last week at the American Pistachio Grower Conference. It's getting harder to understand a utility bill. You have 20 pumps, 2 buildings, 1 megawatt array through an EMA group, and you get a carton of bills. You can't do it in paper. You have to have someone like Monitor or another to recompute the bill and understand if your sole investment 3 years ago is actually working for you. And there's a level of frustration from the farming community that, they don't understand what they're getting in return. So I call that energy literacy. We can all do better PG&E with clearer bills, actors funded by the CEC, also farmers attending this type of events. We all have to kind of educate ourselves. So, when you move from right to left, there's some frustration. What's interesting, the state is trying to give a lot of price signals. Time of use, we spend collectively billions of dollars to build smart meters. So we have 20 million smart meters that enable time of use. So what does it mean? You pay higher electricity between 5 and 8 p.m. You pay very little between in the regular days around noon. What does it mean? Solar, there's a lot of grants, rebates. SGIP has been a very successful program. You're going to see more battery exemptions for people who are in fire zones. So when you look from the left to the right, that's kind of the approach from the state, and they're going to send price signals. That's not natural for a grower because they're going to start on the right. So what you usually have is a pretty educated agronomist on the right side, an accountant on the left side receive those price signals and talk to the owner. And then where the rubber meets the road is the pump. When do you turn it on? Do you turn it on, in August, 2 weeks before the harvest, or you have to shut it down to reduce the bill? Sometimes the people were paid $15 an hour. The irrigator or the foreman, who typically speaks Spanish, is the one making the most important decision on the farm. And we spend the least amount of dollars in education on this critical decision. So how do we coordinate both sides so the people on the ground make the right decision? So that's some of the things we learn doing EPIC studies, and we're trying to help people going from right to the left, left to the right, across the farm organization to try to do better planning for the year. So next slide, if you can help me.
I think it may have fallen. I heard something. I don't know where it went.
Here it is.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm guilty. See, sorry.
We all have to work together. It's a good example. So that figure of merit Connie mentioned, 15 cents in Texas, 45 cents, is absolutely true. What people don't know is that if you participate in all those programs that the government funds, CPUC or utilities, or your tax credit, you know, with home improvement, you know, there's a lot of county-based tax advantages. You can actually farm at 10 to 15 cents today. So this is like an Energy Star color we created for our growers to see where they at on that energy transition. If you do nothing today, you're gonna pay around 45 cents, like Connie said. And that was only 23 cents in 2018. And the spread between, you know, a progressive grower or conservative would be, you know, maybe 18 to 25 cents. Today, people would do nothing, and I've been working last year with a large packer who was paying 45 cents, aggressively putting a plan to go to 20 cents. If you do nothing, you start 45. I work with dairies who, it was not even an option. If they don't do biodigester or solar, they're out of business. So we have dairies where are currently 100% offset. They pay 11 cents. It's actually better than Texas. How do they do that? Well, they're very involved in the community. They talk to PG&E or SCE. They have access to some financing plans. California Dairy Association potentially could be their district. They're trying to get loans to optimize the tax benefits. But it's a 1 to 4 spread. It's a huge spread between people who are active and people who are passive. So that's the message I'm giving you today. There's a way out, but it takes a lot of effort and coordination. So we work with a lot of clients and telling them, oh, you're at 30 cents now, you're exposed, be careful. If you don't invest more in solar, you're gonna get closer to 40. If you invest more in solar and some of those tools, we tend to say, you know, you're gonna have some anti-inflationary measure, you're gonna be protected. And so right now, and that's a good result for us, our average customer pays 22 cents, which means from 2018 where they pay 23 cents, we have completely offset through the government programs and our AI tool all the increase. So there's a way out, Connie. You know, we can work together to make it 22 cents and keep it stable, but it requires a lot of coordination. We are going to release our third EPIC report of the CEC, and here's an example where an average person cannot make sense of some of the rates. So you have demand response, and we find that if you have solar, and you have your meters on AGB, for the growers who are here, AGB is one of the utility rates. The time of use penalties are all on the energy charge. So in that very specific example, because all the peak penalties are energy charge, it's offset by solar. So you can really pump whenever you want. And so in that case, we tell them you should participate to those new demand response program where you pay by per kilowatt. It really takes a master level person who went to brain school at UCSB or, you know, did a PG&E class at Fresno State. You know, you have to understand the details of your bill to be able to conclude that. On the other hand, if you have no solar, you're on AC rate. Not only you pay a demand charge per kilowatt, if you make a 15-minute error, you'll get a second demand charge between 5 and 8 p.m. $35 per kilowatt last year. Completely different. So you have to put some pull timers or VFDs, and you have to make sure between 5 and 8 everything is off. And if you don't, you pay 45 cents. You know, those are two different programs. We build permanent load shifting for that program. We work with Olem, PR Farms. If you do this, you go back to 20 cents. But you see the irony here. It's different programs. They're being presented by the PG rep or by someone like us. In one case, you have to do permanent load shifting, and some other you demand response. I mean, this is very detailed. This is almost scientific. It's not comprehensible by the average person. And so those are kind of the loopholes where people get lost into, and then you start one way and you're learning, oh, you have to do solar, you have to go the other way, and you can only make a rate change once every 12 months. That's where the frustration comes in for the growers. So we're trying to help. So what I've talked so far right now was looking back, and I think the takeaway for you is cents per kilowatt hour is a great metric. How we're doing collectively, like Connie said, California versus Texas. How do you compare yourself against your neighbor? So the cost of electricity goes up. That's what energy transition has been for most people from 2018 to 24. I think moving forward, I'm going to have a different message. You're going to see a degradation in power quality if we're not paying attention. So what is happening on campus is a great example of leadership. Fresno State is actually doing things that growers are going to have to do. You don't know, but we have a huge amount of solar array in the parking lot next to Save Mart. On a regular day, it offsets most of the energy costs on campus. 1 meter, they manage their own substation. It's centralized, it works well. Guess what? They have a contract PG&E. They're not allowed to export solar on the grid during the holidays and weekends because it makes the grid unstable. So what does the Assistant Director of Energy Services do? They slow down the power inverters, they increase the load of the chill loop, and they try to make that meter at zero. They're not allowed to put energy on the grid. Nobody knows that. I was surprised. Eric, we're working on a CC application. We got to meet him. You can actually take a tour on campus and learn about that. This is a vision of the future. Growers, coordinated through PG&E and technology that's going to be invented in the next 5 years, are going to be able to respond. How we're going to go to 50 to 75% and maybe more penetration. But without those tools, you have brownouts at the end of PG&E line, like in Wesco. I was at a processor, pistachio processor last August. They lost power for a day, and they had to walk out 100 employees and send them home because they couldn't run the factory. If it was during harvest, it would cost them $1 million. So, brownouts are not an option. What's the difference between a power shutoffs and brownout? Power shutoffs are planned. They're not accidental. So you have flower season in September. Guess what? That's also harvest season for a lot of crops. So you put power shutoffs in addition to brownouts, it gets pretty scary. So this is where a portfolio approach makes sense. You need not just electricity, you need some other tools. And in energy, usually, portfolio approach wins. You don't want to have zero of anything. You want an umbrella. You might do less nuclear right now, but you don't want to make it zero. Governor Newsom changed his mind very quickly during COVID, worked with ARA, and now, Diablo Canyon is being extended by 10 years. We need that part of the portfolio. We're doing less, but we need it. We're going to have more solar, but guess what? It's not going to be 100% solar either. That's the takeaway in energy management. It's a little bit of everything, and then you tune it. So this is an example moving from CalISO program, demand response and permanent load shifting are managed through CPUC and CalISO. Those are the programs done from the central level. This is a new call for proposal by the Energy Commission, and you have Olivine, which is a demand response aggregator, and other partners looking at what can you do at a substation. So PG&E can be an actor with batteries, and they're going to have a deployment in the next 2 years where they're going to coordinate EV chargers, inverters, and other assets at a substation so you manage the power quality. On the west side, that's going to be very important because you have those large deployments. If you go down now and you go to a place like this, you're at the end of the line, you need natural gas. So this is a microgrid. You're beyond the meter. PG&E may or may not be there for you. CalISO may have programs. This is an example of a grower and processor. We work with the FP program, again, funded by the California League of Food Processors with decarbonization money, $20 million, managed by the CC, marketed with the CDFA. So 3 agencies involved in that program, $20 million for food processors. They're going to award for $4 million. What they're doing is they're going to keep natural gas peaks. They're going to put 6 megawatt hours of batteries, 6 megawatts of solar, and they're going to be off-grid 90% of the time. Not 100%, they're still going to use the power grid when it's there, But this is where, at some point, a processor taking its own destiny in its own hands is going to take all the money it can get from the state, and is going to have a stable processing plant, paying 15 cents probably at that point, Connie, increasing jobs in Wasco. If you don't have a good handle on your power strategy for the next 20 years, then you're at the mercy of going bankrupt when, the rates go up and down. And I'll conclude with my story in France. During Ukraine war, obviously, France did pretty well because we have a lot of nuclear energy, but by law, we protect the little guys. So we claimed the cost of electricity for residential. EDF, the large utility in France, had to pass on some cost increase. Small commercial had a 100% cost increase on the electricity bill during the Ukraine war. Bakeries are small commercial. In my region in Brittany, 30% of bakeries closed doors during 2022-24. Huge impact in the economy. If you want to get a Wall Street type of journal, you pick it up at a bakery. So, ag being classified small commercial to industrial is very vulnerable. We have to really look forward. How do we work with PG&E? How do we work with the state to get the resources to have a stable power grid and create stable jobs that will, create a vital economy? Thank you.
All right, that's Olivier Joffignon, CEO of Ag Monitor. Give him a round of applause. Richard Chapman from Kern EDC is next.
Okay.
But I want to ask a quick question of the panelists and kind of try and help me understand. I think you hit on a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in my work as well. I mean, I'm in political advocacy, and I recognize a number of you here today who are also in political advocacy. And I worry about policymakers in Sacramento who just don't seem to get it. I mean, they've all seen these presentations a number of times. They've all heard from you. They've all heard from our advocacy groups, farm bureaus, EDCs, et cetera. Hey, we need more power. One of the projects that we were working on was and Olivier mentioned it, the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. And I think that this gives me a ray of hope that they can just be, and when I say they, I mean the folks in Sacramento, can just be pushed into a corner because of the reality on the ground. They went to shut it down, and then we had, 5 years ago, and then we had the brownouts, and this was at the time they were pushing the EVs, and Governor Newsom realized, and I think he basically said as much, he realized we can't have this, and we're trying to take 10% of the Central Valley's power. I think it's 8 or 9% of the state of California's power, Diablo Canyon. We take that offline in the middle of this fiasco, and then there was a reversal. And then the governor was pushing, hey, let's give Diablo Canyon another 5-year license to operate, but they had to get past the Coastal Commission. Finally, the Coastal Commission, they bristled a bit, but they gave another 5-year permit to operate. So my question for the panelists, and Richard, I don't want to cut into your time. I don't want to cut into your time to ask good questions. How important is a unified voice between energy and agriculture in terms of pushing Sacramento to wake up and say, we need all the above power. We need more nuclear power. We need more oil extraction in Kern County. We need more solar. We need more of all of these things. Instead of seems to me in my personal thoughts, like they're deindustrializing us. They're trying to deindustrialize us when we have 40 million population, hungry people that's growing every day. So that's the question. How important is it for agriculture and energy to speak in a unified voice in an effort to change hearts and minds in Sacramento? We'll do that very briefly, and then we'll go to you, Richard.
And I will address NIMBYism as I think impacting, unfortunately, the ability for ag and energy to grow in this state and proliferate. So that'll be my themes during my slides. So
You're going to answer my question in your presentation.
Yes,
All right, Olivia, you go ahead, and then you take over.
One quick comment. I think that this was an example where actually Sacramento worked pretty well with the feds. It was a umbrella measure with IRA, and the staff of Governor Newsom realized, if we bring some state money, there'll be some matching. So this is one of these rare opportunities where the feds and the state work together. Another example, which will have a power advantage, is Ken and Michael in the Los Banos area is raising money from the state and got $1 billion matching from the previous administration, and we're going to expand the dam. It's the first dam project in 20 years. So it takes a couple of leaders. It can be Don Cameron talking to Governor Newsom during the COVID operational group, and Governor Newsom came and started to realize those realities, and through very simple relationships, he changed his mind. So Karen Ross, Don Cameron have been very instrumental to educate him about that dual reality that we're talking about. And so I think if we can have those respectful but very firm messages to leadership through the right relationships, they will listen. It's a little harder to be put on notice in public arenas. They run for office. So that's what I've seen working, but this is a great example where state money was matched with federal money, and they signed a 10-year extension of the nuclear plant, which probably will continue to be expanded when you look at AI data centers.
They're going to have to, and maybe even more. Brad, do you have anything before we go to Richard?
Just very quickly, I mean, I do think that 2025 was a little bit of a pivot. I think the legislature and the governor were resistant to any adjustments to the scoping plan, that sort of thing. But, 2 refineries closing in the oil and gas sector caught their attention. So I feel like there is a more of an opportunity now than there has been over the last 3 or 4 years. I think the remaining concern is while the state, I think, is starting to get it in Sacramento, a lot of the regional, the regular Bay Area, Southern California, Central Valley, haven't really changed. And I think one of the concerns now, I think, is maybe shifting and looking a little bit at what those sorts of locally generated regulatory changes, costly regulatory changes, will do, and whether whether they'll sort of realize that there's a lot at stake here in terms of affordability, jobs in California.
100%. Richard Chapman.
Okay, great. I'm going to stand up. I can only move my neck 90 degrees. So if I can just, thank you. So thank you again. So we use the term, oh, great. Wow, I got props. Great.
There we go.
We use the, I probably should turn this on, right?
I think it's on.
Okay. You can hear me now. Great. Yeah, my neck is getting a little tight by looking behind me, but thank you. We use the term energy evolution. Yes, we have transition, but what we're seeing in our county, Kern County, we call ourselves the energy capital of the West, is an evolution, right? A convergence. So it's not changing overnight, as Brad referred. So I have my props, which is not my photo. I guess I'm going, which I can use Olivier's props. There we go. Actually, I have a connection to France. My middle name is Deval, which is Deville. If you've been to the beautiful town, that's my connection, so that's as deep as I go. So let's talk about our mission is to basically promote Kern County's boundless opportunities for business. Is anyone here from Kern County? Raise your hand. Okay. Okay, so you already know these slides, so some of it is going to be new. We actually don't have a business journal, so I know you have a 40-page weekly. So we kind of consider ourselves one of the so-called news aggregators, and so I want to talk about what Kern County has done. I know Clint has been to our energy summit, correct? And so we showcased all types of energy. And most CDCs are formed in time of crisis, right? We were formed in the 80s when oil was $10 a barrel and ag prices were very low. I worked in Seattle almost a decade. 1970s, last person out, right, turn off the lights when Boeing was threatening to leave. So the beauty of economic development is really coalition of business, government, and education working to not just recruit, but retain jobs. Many of you might not know about Kern County in terms of what we do. We are pretty modest. We don't brag a lot, but we're working to be those ambassadors that tell the story about in terms of STEM jobs, economic diversity. We're one of the most diverse economies in the country. If you haven't been out to East Kern, it's amazing with the aerospace and a lot of the renewable energy, as well as manufacturing now. But as we talk today about power, energy cost, that's really the theme. We are the third highest energy cost in the country. We don't really advertise that in Kern County, yet we're the #1 renewable energy county in the country. Most of our green electrons go to power, the coastal cities, because try building a solar farm or a wind farm there. And we talk about NIMBYism, and also we have a term called bananas. Anyone know what banana stands for? Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anybody. So there you go. We don't have a lot of bananas when we have these projects. We literally have billion-dollar projects where not one person opposed it. But we have something called buffers, right? We don't build warehouses next to schools or residents. We actually have amazing, in terms of site plans and the like, where we have a really good distribution of our industrial sites versus office and retail. So these are some of the projects. I think we had EDF on there, which is one of the ones we worked with. But Hard Rock Casino, has anyone been to our casino? 2 million visitors a year. So come and spend money, stay a few days, and you can go home. But yeah, that's just opened in Kern County, right where basically I-5 and 99 break off going north. But again, economic development is new money. The beauty of a lot of our renewable energy projects is now with battery storage, they pay significant property tax. In the past, they were exempt from reassessment. Now they're paying up to $150 million over 30 years. So that's wonderful for us. We also have a local assessment fee. But you can see basically the diversity. We have 50 logistics centers. Of course, we have a mix of manufacturing as well as renewable energy. Let me go to here. Obviously, our ag sheet, I know. Fresno 1 or 2. We're number 3 again. Is it Kings is 2 or Tulare? Tulare. So we all jockey for position. But the point is, right, we are the breadbasket of the country. Why wouldn't you use water to grow crops? And our farmers are much, in terms of productivity, using much less water. And so these are basically jobs that create upward mobility, like other STEM jobs. And so our fact sheets, we're really proud of just doing the 8-second speech, right? These are on our website. And so just telling our citizens and, frankly, policymakers about how important the industries are. Actually, I got an EDF in there. We have the largest energy summit on the West Coast. Why? Because, again, we're number 1 for renewable energy. And also 14th for oil and gas. So I'll get into that. You can see on the left, basically oil and gas. About 6 years ago, we were number 1 for oil and gas. And I think Clint hit on some of the themes about just the ability to get permits, and I'll show some of the slides showing the trends. But bear in mind that Kern County has the strictest regulations in the world to drill, but we weren't getting permits. I mean, the strictest, most stringent regulations in the world. So that was something that was obviously frustrating. But you can see, again, we have this great mix. But, of course, on the right, I mean, in terms of our GDP, assessed value, oil and gas being the most important industry. Employment-wise, of course, ag, about 60, 70,000. Oil and gas employment is about 13,000, but it's dropping. And then, again, we lose the multiplier effect, the indirect and direct induced jobs. So this is something we continue to promote. Oil production, so that I want to talk quickly about, we talk about 237. Suddenly, we're able to get permits. But there are a couple of factors to bear in mind. Number 1, a lot of the investment has left the state. You look at New Mexico, they've tripled production in the last 6-7 years, tripled. We're down to about 300,000, I think, barrels, is that per day? We used to be pushing, I think, 500 to 600 plus. So you can see, I mean, New Mexico just kind of came out of the blue, but a lot of the companies we know in Kern, their employees have relocated to New Mexico, of course, also Texas. So the other thing, of course, what is oil at today? $60 a barrel. Well, it has to push 80 to 100, where we're going to encourage new drilling. Again, I know Brad hit on these themes, but it's pretty obvious in this one chart. You can see demand still over about 500 million a barrel. This is for 500 million a year. Alaska is going to be at 0 pretty soon. They're at all-time low production. There's NIMBYism, believe it or not, in Alaska. So guess what? We're going to get our oil from half a world away. This is another fact sheet that we love when we produce this. It really tells the story. And how can you prefer oil from half a world away when most of these ships are run on bunker fuel? In fact, one study said that 16 oil tankers produce more CO2 emissions than all the world's cars. So it's kind of like the blood diamond. People are not buying blood diamond, but we're getting oil from these countries. You can see on the upper right in terms of their human rights records and environmental rights. And this is for the U.S. If we did California, it'd be much further. That chart would be probably off the page in terms of environmental and human rights. So we want to make it clear that we are still dependent on oil. That transition is not, as you said, 1% maybe a year. Dropped a little in COVID. It picked up right back up. And we are that energy island. So that is really important to realize. Yes, SB 237, this is Kern County with the Board of Soups and other electeds. That did pass in terms of getting up to 2,000 permits. But I want to show you that basically you can see when permits, we were able to get permits. Look at 2009 on the left. What happened in 2009? What was oil at 20 a barrel? 30. It was pretty much at an all-time low. So there's a real link between oil prices and obviously interest in drilling. Kern County's in blue, right? 70, 80% of oil in this state comes from Kern County. Everyone watches Landman, right? Well, I mean, that's in Texas, but we really want to show, what happens when we lose these jobs that pay 90 to 100,000, and someone out of high school can make it. But on the right side, you can see, right after 2019, really drop, literally getting less than 100 permits a year. And that's why what investment went elsewhere. Could it go abroad? Could it go right to New Mexico? So all I do is just look at these charts and pretty much tell the story. Plus, we've had, guess what, when people say we're going to have increased employment, well, we've had a lot of M&A activity. Arrow Energy was acquired by CRC. Barry was acquired by CRC. McPherson, before that, was Barry. So we've had basically Chevron, CRC, Sentinel Peak, and a couple other firms, but we've had even the downsizing through that. So this is how another way of showing when folks say, yeah, but assessed values are going to increase. But you can see, really, even though we've had the price increase over the last many years, assessed values has pretty much stayed the same. So that's our concern. The assessed values may tick up a little bit because we have permits, but we're not going to see that clear correlation between assessed value increase along with oil prices. Just a few other things. We are that energy cap, so we have amazing projects. CSC just approved the power license for hydro storage. It's a 500 megawatt, 8-hour storage. It stores it in an old aquifer. Heat exchange, something about adiabatic. I know Clinton knows what that means, but I had to Google it. But this project went through the CEC, unanimous support. This is almost $2 billion, $2 billion investment. Again, not having one person oppose it. Same for Hard Rock. We don't have the NIMBYs. We need the jobs, right? Obviously, this is in the desert near Rosamond. And then we have, of course, AES. Cool thing is they have a robot that installs the solar panels. You don't have somebody lifting 150-pound solar panels all day. Think about work-related injuries. This actually bolts them into, but there are more jobs. It creates more jobs and less jobs. That's the really cool thing about that. And we have 2 gigawatt solar storage projects in our county, world's largest. And then this we're very excited about. It's called Pacific Steel, first steel mill in 50 years in the state. They're building in Mojave, pretty much net zero. It's about, they'll employ about 400 people. Again, $1 billion project. We have a show called Where Business Boundless. Since we don't have a business journal, watch that, and we actually had them on the show this week talking about their project. And finally, wrapping up, in the world of economic development, typically it's about workforce availability, right? Now it's about energy. And this is nationwide, of course, in our region, California, but that is a major issue. If we don't have power, especially last mile, how do we win these projects? We obviously have high cost factors, but now we're dealing with the energy availability. And you can see the other ones we do pretty well in. And finally, the NIMBYism, I just want to show you the great thing, any community that supports growth, good jobs, can win the economic development game, even in California. And finally, check out our website, currentedc.com. Thank you.
Richard Chapman from Current EDC. But you have to tell me again, tell us again, what is bananas?
Okay. Bananas, they are fruit that grow
No,
typically
the
in the
other
tropics.
The other,
Oh, build absolutely nothing anywhere near anybody.
I've never heard that one before, but it's a good one. Okay, we've got about 4 or 5 minutes for questions. Is there anyone that has a question? We have a fantastic panel here. They're happy to answer questions. Of course, afterward, you can find any one of them here and take them aside and ask them personally. Okay, well, with 3 minutes left, if there are no questions. Oh, there is one. All right, let me get over there. Well, I feel like Bob Barker now. We want everybody to be able to hear, so.
Brad, you mentioned that the cost of the energy transition will increase the closer we get to net zero. Nevertheless, the state's goal by 2045 is to be net zero, and the reality of climate change is that even if we were net zero today, the carbon dioxide, or other greenhouse gases as well, already in the atmosphere would continue to warm the planet at an alarming rate. So what are some basic policy changes you might recommend to reduce the cost of that final 25% of the transition?
Well, I guess to do it within 20 years, I think we're kind of in a box there. I think my more general sort of suggestion would be, yes, I think what you just said is absolutely the case, that, you know, if we stop today, climate change will, you know, have impacts on the environment, fires, that sort of thing. But I think there's a kind of a reality here that California is, you know, well less than 1% of global emissions. We're maybe 0.5, 0.6 at the most. And actually, thanks to what we've been doing so far, we might even be a little bit less. The question to me is, how much burden do you impose on California residents to get that last, let's just say 25%, where the costs really go up? Does it make sense to do that? Because then Californians are left with both the cost of climate change and the cost of our actions to try to get that last 25%. So I think my thing would be more, let's look at alternatives. And I think one, you know, example that may have been mentioned is in the trucking industry, which is one of the toughest areas to decarbonize now. Maybe 20, 30, 40 years from now, technological changes will, you know, will change that. But right now, you're talking about huge cost increases associated with moving to electric trucks, especially in the Class 8, the largest ones. But you have an alternative. You have biofuels. Biofuels save you about 70, 75% of emissions. So, and they're not totally inexpensive, but they're only a small fraction of the cost that you would face going to, you know, full zero emissions. So my question is, okay, is 75% good enough? If getting that last 25% is going to dramatically raise the cost of everything that moves on a truck in California, which is all agricultural products, all of just about everything that you can get, you know. So I think that's the sort of kind of trade-off that I would be looking at. What is realistic? What are the true costs? And what are alternatives that maybe don't get you that last 20, 25%, but get you a lot?
I agree with Brad, and I'll give 2 examples. At the grassroots level, we hear a lot from growers in some counties that they like to see a renewable energy path for biodiesel. It's happening in the airline industry. They're trying to decarbonize. It's a much more realistic goal, but you know, the volume biofuel being purchased in pilots right now in larger contracts by the three major airlines, it's one of the success stories in Silicon Valley. I know companies that were, startups 3 years ago are now billion-dollar IPOs. So how do we make that biofuel innovation accessible to farms in rural areas in 5 years? So some of those diesel pumps that would cost a fortune to electrify in the next 5 years have a path to be renewable. So that's one example where we become a little bit more strategic. I think the other example from the top down, and that's maybe a foreign look into the US, we know how to do 75%. I agree with Brad, let's focus on that. 25% is going to require a lot more coordination, not just with the feds and the state, but there are things like the Paris Accord. If China and the US are going to do their own thing, it's like having the top 2 students in class battling for the #1 spots. There's not much collectively other countries are going to be able to do. How do we get China and the US a part of the Paris Accord is where all the other countries in the world are at right now. They're trying to meet that target, but the top 2 are not going to do it. You get reassessment. And I think I agree with Brad, until the rest of the country meets us in the middle as Californians, it's not financially responsible to do 100% on 1% of the emission. We need more coordination.
Richard, do you want to take a stab at that too? You're okay. All right, well, I wanted to thank our panelists. Let's give a round of applause for Richard Chapman, the president and CEO of Current EDC, for Brad Williams, Californians for Energy Independence, and also for Olivier Joffignon from the Ag Monitor, the CEO. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Well, that was an excellent first panel discussion and sort of, I think, sets the table really well for the future discussions that we're going to have later this afternoon or this morning, talking about the impacts on the ag industry, which is what you're going to see next. And then also our last panel of the day, which is going to really focus and hone in on what does the future of the energy transition look like in the Valley? How can we move forward together? So thank you so much again to our first panel, and thank you to Clint and Olivier for moderating. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to our next panel. As Connie Conway put it, we're getting her done. We're moving right along. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call up our next set of panelists. Nick Rocca, who's a fourth-generation farmer and vice president of the Fresno County Farm Bureau Board, is moderating today. We have the dean of the Jordan College of Agricultural Sciences and Technology, Dr. Ralston St. Hilaire. And then we also have Vincent Serena, Vice President Investment Manager for Nuveen Natural Capital, and William Bordeaux, a director on the Westlands Water District Board. I think I just saw him step out maybe on a phone call, so he can jump back up on stage once he's done with that. But please welcome our next panel, and I hope that you enjoy the discussion. Thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to Nick Rocca. Let's give him a round of applause.
Blake, thank you, and thanks for including us in this discussion. Standard Farmer is answering their phone call, so Mr. Boudreau will make his way back in when he's done chasing down a cow, probably. So again, my name is Nick. I'm the vice president of Fresno County Farm Bureau, fourth generation raisin farmer. I've diversified out of ag a little bit. We started a waste management company, small in West Fresno, and just an honor to be here. I'm the former chairman of the board for the Fresno Chamber of Commerce here in Fresno, so I see a lot of familiar faces. And I'm just super blessed to be up here with these professionals. We do have some questions that we're going to focus on in feeding the community, and it's going to have a lot to do with how the college is managing their transition to clean energy. And so without further ado, maybe we'll do some introductions, and then we'll start on our first question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ralston St. Hilaire, and I proudly serve as the Dean of the Jordan College of Agricultural Sciences and Technology. I'm pleased to be with you this morning to talk about all things energy at Fresno State.
Hello, my name is Vincent Serena. I'm a vice president at Nuvi Natural Capital. I work within the horticulture division. Nuvi Natural Capital is the largest institutional ag investment group in the world, with over 2 million acres of property on 4 different continents. Our business unit is particularly focused on all horticultural crops. So we have 31,000 acres of permanent crop in California, Oregon, and Washington, and we have some dotted line responsibility to Australia, Spain, Portugal, as well as Australia. So look forward to the discussion.
We're just doing introductions. I told him you were chasing down a cow probably outside. So, yeah. So go for it.
William Bordeaux. I'm a farmer, a Westlands director, a Fresno State graduate, and jack of all trades.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so the first question we'll dive into in clean energy is a new term, and admittedly I had to look it up, but it makes it makes perfect sense to the climate that's happening, especially in Fresno County. Agrivoltaics. And this question will start with Dean. Dean, what are the challenges and opportunities that exist surrounding agrivoltaics in California?
Yeah, thank you, Nick, for that question. So first of all, let me define what agrivoltaics is. As Nick mentioned, it's a relatively new term to some. In Europe and overseas, it's something that's been practiced for a while. So agrivoltaics really is the concurrent growth of plants or have animals in the same space that you are generating photovoltaic energy. So in other words, if you to hold up, if you see your brochure, there is a series of voltaic panels there, PV voltaics, and in between those rows, you could see in this case probably grassed area. So imagine this having a crop in there, or if that space in between, that grass, if you will, is cultivated and then used for beneficially on the farm. That's what agrivoltaics is. It really is the co-location of PV generation and crop or animal production. So that's what it is. So for California, we are blessed in terms of being able to generate a lot of electricity via PV, because if you look at the states that do have all what we call the characteristics for good PV generation, you look at California, Texas, Nevada, New Mexico, those are the top states. In California, if you look at the incentives that are provided, photo irradiance, we're the top state in terms of photovoltaic production. So that's good news. That's good news for photovoltaic production. The peril is, though, for agricultural production. What happens as land that would be beneficially used to produce crops or animals is being taken out and taken out of agricultural production? It has some implications for food supply. So what we're proposing is that there could be a way in which we can literally have our cake and eat it too. So that's what agrivoltaics is all about. Let's look at ways in which we can have beneficial photovoltaic production and simultaneously have good food production, especially here in the Central Valley. Another thing we're blessed with here in the Central Valley, if you were to look at Fresno County, we have one of the highest solar irradiation at any time. It's about 7 kilowatts per meter squared per day. That's more, it's relatively high, so we can actually produce a lot of energy whilst also producing our food. So at Fresno State, we do have, of course, facilities, which was talked about in one of the earlier panels, which produces, of course, with our solar array panels. But we do really have a very large farm. That farm has about 761 irrigated acres. And so we've been looking at transitioning our electric or energy production to use a little bit more of renewable energy. We do recognize up front that our transition will have to balance all forms of energy. So we're not saying that we're going to go all PV or all, and I'll explain some of the things we're doing, but we're saying that we need to look at photovoltaic production as a possible piece of the portfolio of production on the farm. So we've been socializing the idea of photovoltaics. And so the challenges I can tell you there are is that we look towards a little bit towards Europe and a few of our neighboring states to find out what they're doing. But we're feeling that we at Fresno State need to do a lot more on our farm in particular. And I'm pleased to let you know that energy companies have that recognition that this is one way to go. And I can tell you that our energy companies, for example, Chevron, and I can probably see a couple people that know about Chevron here. We, 2 years ago, we proposed to Chevron that would like to stand up a project in agrivoltaics right here on our farm. And we'll outline all the potential benefits of an agrivoltaic production system on our farm. And Chevron has agreed with us in saying that, yes, we believe that makes sense. And they have agreed to fund us to stand up a pilot project on our farm. The challenge is we need to find out what crops could work in the systems, what the infrastructure needs would look like. But we look at things like growing grapes here in the Central Valley. This would be one area in which we could potentially use agrivoltaics. Here's the example. There's some cultivars of grapes that, because of high solar irradiance, do not grow well here in the Central Valley. Now, with a shelter over it that's generating photovoltaic energy and at the same time shading part of the crop, you can simultaneously have a crop that you would normally not grow and have as a benefit photovoltaic energy production. So in our proposal to Chevron, we let them know that this is a possibility, and our idea was to have it as an on-farm generation piece only, meaning to say that we did not propose it as providing energy into the grid, but also just looking to provide it for simply on-farm production. And I can talk about a couple more things in our portfolio. We're also looking at CNG and, of course, electrification on the farm. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, great. And I was actually just going to go to you, William, and say, how has that transition transpired out in Westlands?
Well, I'd like to start out by saying this isn't maybe the classic definition, but I do think we can do groundwater recharge under the solar as well. And so I think that's another way that we can include some beneficial uses and using the photovoltaic. I also was thinking about a comment you said about taking prime farm ground out of production. And so the project that we're working on, and I feel strongly about, that we need to bond the project and they can only use it for solar. In the moment that it's not used for solar, it comes back into ag production. And so this is just, we'd be farming if we had adequate water supply. But you do need to have a conservative business model. And so typically, if you farm pistachios like what built the building here, you need some open ground to make sure you have enough water on a dry year. And typically you can farm that into row crops when you have a wet year. But as times are getting tough and cost of productions are high and maybe you don't have a adequate water supply, you can put some of your land into solar, and then you can use that water for your permanent crops. And so at Westlands, we have some of the most productive farmland in the world, some of the highest yields on earth, some of the, it's highly engineered, very professional staff, some of the best farmers you'll ever meet. They're very large farms. We're not located near cities. And so a 1,000-acre farm is a small farm in Westlands. And so you can really get a lot done. And so, but we're thinking big, and we say, we're going to have to come up with some solutions, and hopefully these are just short-term solutions, and we find some technology that's superior to solar, and we can put the ground back into production. But in the meantime, we will make and drive down the cost of doing business in Westlands, making our farmers more successful while addressing some of the energy needs in California.
Yeah, completely agree. And the conversation turns to what is a viable farm ground, and can we use that viable? And if it becomes unviable, which a lot of Westlands has become unviable because of water, can we use it in the same way with solar and things like that? So that's a great perspective. Vincent, I am curious how agrivoltaics is really for your investment farm. How has that really transpired in the last few years?
Yeah, so we don't really focus on agrivoltaics very much. We did see the writing on the wall a number of years ago with the transition from NEEM 1 to NEEM 2, and now we're in NEEM 3. And so we were very aggressive as a group to try to onboard as much solar as we possibly can on all of our ranches. We do have a pretty widespread portfolio, and so we're not able to aggregate power in one location. So what that means is that we've installed 21 different PVs across our different ranches. Last year alone, we produced 14 megawatt hours worth of solar production, which offset approximately 70% of our entire energy demand across our portfolio. And we also, kind of playing through that, seeing the writing on the wall, we were very active in trying to get as many projects grandfathered into NEEM 2 as possible, because the economics of NEEM 3 just aren't nearly as conducive to the agricultural production system. So that was a really important step that we took to try to get in front of these changing regulations, because the reality of the fact is that farming is not easy. That's why not a lot of people do it. And also, farming is defined by being able to adapt. Farmers have had to adapt through millennia, and so we as a community and as an entity have really focused in on that to say, okay, the future of farming is going to look very different than what it looks like today. It's going to look very different than what it looked like 10 years ago. The days of going out and buying 1,000 acres worth of ground and planting 1,010 acres of pistachios are gone. And so how do you right-size those agricultural production systems to maximize energy use, to maximize agricultural production? For us, the crops that we produce are far more valuable than any agrivoltaic benefit we can get. But yeah, PVs have been a very integral part of what we've done to try to manage our energy profile going forward.
Great. And the next question would be, we'll go with Dean. We want to talk about Fresno State and a little bit and the push for clean energy. How has Fresno State innovated in the leading of the energy transition, such as using clean energy and electric and natural gas for power equipment?
Yes, so in addition to going into agrivoltaics, we made a conscious effort to begin the electrification of our vehicles. So one of the things we did was all of our smaller vehicles, for example, the irregular John Deere Gators, we call them, all of those were converted to electric. And obviously, we used some of the state incentives that were provided. So that's one of the innovations that we did over time. Also, we looked at our tractor needs on the farm. As you know, if you're running a farm, there are needs for tractors. The challenge with electric, for example, electric tractors is what are the range of power requirements for the different operations that you'd have on a farm? So it could be anywhere from a 20 to 30 horsepower tractor to sometimes if you need to rip a field, you're going to need power, and you're looking at 250 or 240 horsepower of power. Well, the technology in electrification of tractors is not great on the high end. In other words, if you're to find an electric tractor with a 240 horsepower range, you're going to find it very difficult, if almost impossible to find. So it goes back to the point I made earlier on, in that as you look into electrify and change the energy profiles of your farm, you have to find a mix of technologies that can work well during that transition. So on the low end, on the 40 to 60 horsepower range, we have an electric tractor on our farm. So in other words, that tractor can be used really well in our smaller operations. So in this case, our vineyards with a 250 to 600 gallon tank can work with our 40 to 60 horsepower tractor, which can be, of course, charged on the farm. And that works really well. We're also sort of reached out to companies across the United States to find equipment that can be pulled by this smaller tractor, if you will. And so now companies are now catching up. They're now realizing that on the smaller end, they can now look at their business model and produce equipment in that specific range. So on our farm, there's a company that's out of Oregon. They've modified part of their sprayer to attach to our electric tractors. So now we can use that within our operations. Now, on the higher end, we're going to have to still look at diesel because the very, very high-end, high-power tractors, you find those in diesel. But there are other technologies, and that's one we recently acquired, and is compressed natural gas. So it is, it's on our farm. We got it about a month ago. It's on our farm. Compressed natural gas is an alternate form of energy. And the good news is that you can find those tractors in the really upper end power range, meaning from the 200, 190, 200, 220 horsepower range, which makes it very desirable as you're looking at a mix of operations on your farm. So what are the challenges there? Well, of course, you need to have a reliable source to find compressed natural gas. And so at some point, we do have a CNG, we call it CNG, gas system on our farm. And that we're now making sure that we'll retrofit that so we can use that tractor. But that tractor in this case will fit a lot of our operational needs. And if you to look at the benefits of compressed natural gas versus diesel in terms of its carbon footprint, the type of energy, how clean an energy it needs, and you see there are many benefits. So if you're climate conscious, then that's a reasonable way to go. But as I mentioned, Nick, we still need additional power on our larger tractors. We still need those.
Can the grid support the operation? Totally, yeah, completely. Yeah, go ahead, please.
It'd be interesting. So I'll let you know how we ended up having the largest Tesla charging station in the world on our farm. And so I was in my office and I was overseeing our hospitality division. This was probably in 2012. And a gentleman came into my office. He said, I'm an electrical engineering professor at Stanford, and I have this Tesla car. It's the 14th one ever built, and I can't charge it. And I'm going to this RV park and stealing electricity from the dryers. And I'm like, what is this guy talking about? And he says, well, why don't you? And I said, well, how much does the car cost? He's like, $130,000. I said, well, how much does it cost for me to charge it? $5. How long does it take? 4 hours. I said, okay. He said, I'll give you the charger. You just put it here. And I said, that makes sense. And so he says, you want to drive it? And I'm like, sure. And I go out there and I'm trying to turn it on. He's like, it's on. And I take off, and this car is like the fastest car I've ever driven. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And so I go back into the restaurant. I'm like, hey, you guys need to try this. Check this out, you know. And so we put a charging station in way back. And so Elon Musk heard about it. And they were trying to prove that they could drive a car from San Francisco to L.A. And we just happened to be halfway between San Francisco and L.A. on our farm. And so they sent their team. They're these young guys. It was before it was even publicly traded. And so they come to my office, and they're like, you guys need to give us some land, and this is going to help you out so much and all this stuff. And I was like, well, Mr. Harris doesn't give away land. And you see all those security guards and the flowers and the clean restrooms, those aren't free either. And they said, well, we're going to go somewhere else. And I said, well, by all means. About 2 weeks later, they came back and said, well, actually, you have the best spot, and don't tell anyone, such a good deal we're going to give you, you know. And so we built the first Tesla charging station, and they came and they had the media, and they came down and it showed how it worked, and they made it from San Francisco to L.A. Then the company went public, and the rest is history. But we also, interesting enough, we had a car wash, and someone took their RV through it and tore out the car wash. And so we're like, wow, what are we going to do about this? And so they said, well, why don't you put a battery swap station? And so we're like, sure. It was more harvesting, I think government grants than anything else, but they were trying to prove the concept. It was pretty amazing. They have these robots in our car wash that could take a battery off a Tesla in a few minutes, and put a new one back on. At first I was like, I'm not sure this works. I thought the battery is the most expensive, so I'm going to bring an old one and get a new one. How does that work? And they're like, well, you got to drive and then come back here. And I'm like, I'm not sure that's exactly going to work. But it was amazing technology. They were able to do it. I don't think the concept proved out. But the charging station was very successful, and so we expanded it. And I think as of today, we're the largest in the world. I think Shanghai, China is right behind Harris Ranch in terms of number of chargers.
That's awesome. That's great. The next question will be for all three of you. And I will start with William, though.
How does current state and federal policies most directly impact growers in the San Joaquin Valley?
Well, primarily water supply. You know, we're impacted by the Endangered Species Act and the operations in the Delta, and just trying to make sure that we, you know, have enough water for all the different uses. I think when we built the projects back when, you know, I think we used to have some subsidence problems before we built the projects, and we built the projects and solved the problem and started farming, not using the groundwater. But now, as there are multiple uses of water and the population's growing and we have environmental uses, that we are having to, you know, figure out how to navigate that, where you can actually do things that improve the habitat, help the endangered species, but also free up water for farming. And so I think you need to use sound science. We need to be not politically motivated. I think we need to be solution-based. And so out of all the regulations that I deal with, and there's a myriad of them, I think the restrictions on our water supply have the biggest impact. And without water, the rest of them aren't really as relevant.
Yeah, completely agreed. Vincent, same question.
Yeah, you certainly can't talk about agriculture without talking about water, so that is something that is very much top of mind for us. And maybe as a brief aside, it creates a very interesting discussion around Sigma and Sigma implementation and what would have happened. I like to think about this, and William, maybe it'd be great to get your opinion, but what would happen if Sigma was implemented in 1945 in California? Do you think it would still have the same impact on the reduction, the proposed reduction in arable land in California? Maybe that's a side discussion. But regulation is omnipresent within California. In a lot of ways, it's a good thing. I know that's not a very popular opinion, but in California, and I come from a food safety background, we produce the most food-safe agricultural commodities in the entire world. And so there is a lot of value that comes from that regulation. Now, there can be points where it becomes overly burdensome. And I think when you look at something like the transition from NEEM 2 to NEEM 3 for energy aggregation, that was a detrimental policy to the agricultural industry. If it weren't for that transition, we would probably have our entire portfolio outfitted with PVs. Now, NEEM 3 is starting to get more attractive, and it's not to say that it won't work, but it's not nearly as conducive. There's also other standards where, for example, when you design a PV array on a ranch, you're trying to design around your average energy consumption on any given year. And based off of surface water supplies, your energy consumption can vary quite dramatically. And so if you're designing a system for 80 to 90% offset, and you have the benefit of having 3 really good water years like we have the last 3 years, my energy offset on a number of ranches is like 250%. You say, wow, that's fantastic. Well, it's really not, because all the incremental energy that we've produced over and above that 100% offset is basically, we get pennies on the dollar of value back for it. So what is the incentivization to continue to go into additional PVs when there's not the same type of economic support from a NEM 3 perspective? You don't get paid for any excess generation. From an ESG perspective, you can't even claim that benefit. So there is a lot of headwinds in that way, but from regulatory perspective, there's a paradox, because in one sense, it produces the best, highest quality food in the entire world. Secondly, on the other side of it is, it does continue to put downward pressure on the agricultural production system.
Yeah, I could address that as well in terms of some of the challenges with regulations. For us, we see it as a positive, and I'm here with you as well on that, in that we could look at the incentives that the state has provided. For example, in acquiring an electric tractor, you could take advantage of the California Off-Road Energy Efficiency Energy Program to have electrification on the farm. So a tractor that would nominally cost anywhere between $90,000 and $95,000, probably delivered on farm, you get almost 60% off, if you will, if you filed on time then and then take advantage of all the incentives. Also, you look at the Air Resources Board, for example, as you are transitioning your fleet, the Air Resources Board does provide some generous incentives for ensuring that you move your vehicle fleet from diesel to a new fleet. So from a state perspective, we find that very beneficial as an educational institution. Now, for students, though, I see it also as an opportunity for us in the educational space to provide what I consider to be a reimagining of our curriculum, meaning that as we look to either electrify our farm, use CNG, or other means of renewable energy, we think it's a unique opportunity for students at Fresno State to be trained in those areas. After all, you're going to need students that are able to look at those systems. You need students that are able to troubleshoot those new and novel systems. So a couple of examples. For our CNG tractor, for example, it is, oh, what's this new item all about? And when we onboarded that item, we had to have a full day of training to train our staff. This is how it has to be refilled. These are some of the do's and don'ts of a CNG system. How do you troubleshoot that new system? So it gives us an opportunity as an educational institution to look at the ways in which we can have, if you will, this modern workforce trained. So it provides a little bit of an opportunity for us in terms of the regulation side. Thank you.
I'd like to address the comment about if SGMA was implemented in 1945. And I do think SGMA has a silver lining. I do believe that we should be regulating the groundwater as long as we have reliable surface water. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And so we need both. And so prior to SGMA, I saw the writing on the wall, and I convinced Mr. Harris to buy into Semi-Tropic Water Bank. And I said, well, we'll buy in. It's expensive. It's really a hedge. I hope it's a bad investment. But it turned out to be a wonderful investment. But at first, we had to prove that we could take Westland's water, put it in Semi-Tropic Water Bank, take it out, send it to LA, exchange some water with Metropolitan Water District, use their water in San Luis Reservoir, bring it into Westlands. I mean, it is very difficult and complex, but we pulled it off. And so I was kind of early in this, okay, we need to start doing groundwater recharge. I loved in lieu recharge. I'm like, this is amazing. It's quick, easy. You get some water in the ground. And so, but what happened is as SGMA came in, then more and more farmers in Westlands and Westland staff and everybody was changing behaviors. And so we had a wet year 2 years ago, and some of the farmers, like we had a highly engineered recharge facility that met all of Westland standards, but we had a flood. And so we're like, okay, we're gonna need to recharge a lot of water in a short period of time, so we need to modify these regulations and we need to incentivize it. And so we set aside millions of dollars, and we said, if you recharge the aquifer, we'll give you the water and give you $100 an acre foot. And we ended up getting about 400,000 acre feet of water recharged that year. And so SGMA changes your behavior. And so I do think if we can recharge, we can manage through SGMA. But we have to capture the flood flows and use them in a dry year. And then on wet years, we can get surface water, and it all works, and we can farm.
That's great. And this next question is kind of a follow-up to this exact what we've been saying. What does water uncertainty mean for long-term agriculture planning and investment? And William, if you want to start, and then, great.
Well, the thing I see is we need to make sure that we have people that are coming up in the next generation that want to get into farming. It's difficult, it's capital intensive, it requires, someone that has some risk tolerance. And so I'm fearful that the children that are coming up would rather do other things, and I've taken advantage of it. I've bought some land from people that didn't realize what they had, and I got a really good price, But I don't think that's good long term. We need to make sure that having a vibrant domestic food supply capability is in our national interest, and we need to make sure that those careers and jobs and opportunities are attractive enough to make sure the next generation is willing to get into the business.
Vincent, kind of same question. What is, for you and your organization, what does water uncertainty mean for long-term ag planning?
Yeah, I'll just go quickly back to the discussion around the electrification of tractors real quick, because there's a cautionary tale in there. So we have a crop manager that was really progressive. They went out and they took a position on multiple Monarch tractors, which was at the time the latest and greatest electrified tractor that was going to lead the charge with the electrification of large horsepower equipment. And to his, he was able to maximize grants and incentives, so his barrier to entry was pretty limited. But he had a pretty large reporting responsibility, and so unfortunately, Monarch has shuttered their business, and you can't buy an electric tractor from them going forward. And so that's the cautionary tale of, okay, well, how do you continue to move forward and progress into this electrification age, but do it with reliable partners, with equipment that you can continue to service? Because the reality of agriculture is that if you don't have equipment in the field, you're not farming. And so there is a really important reliability component to it that is really, really important, and is that's something that's really going to have to get figured out by the industry going forward. And so the name of the game now is, well, how do we, and I'll weave this back into the water discussion, but how do we be as efficient as we possibly can with the resources that we currently have? And that's really what our goal is. Our organization is very keenly focused on sustainability and sustainability initiatives and being as efficient with our greenhouse gas footprint as possible. And that is also a concept that is very much top of mind related to water use. And so we are on the preface of the next agricultural revolution as it relates to ag tech. And so how do we try to maximize the use of every drop of our water as much as we possibly can? And so we have to really challenge the outstanding convention, or the current conventions of what it takes to grow a productive crop of almonds, or what it takes to grow a productive crop of pistachios. And again, innovation, or necessity is the mother of all invention. And so within the agricultural space, you've seen the transition from flood to micro sprinklers to drip irrigation. There will be a next frontier of that. And so I think for us, the opportunity is to say, from an investment perspective, you can't farm without water, so you have to have the fundamentals there, but you have to be considerate of being as efficient as possible, but also finding opportunities to change and to maximize the other benefits of your land. So groundwater recharge is another one where it will and should be a necessity within California farming from this point forward, right? When you have periods of time, Central Valley gets a lot of negative publicity, but the amount of infrastructure and the ability to move water and to distribute water across a vast area of land and get ground into the groundwater aquifer is bar none really in the rest of the world. So how do we leverage that? How do we lean into that? How do we find a way to monetize that? Those are all really difficult discussions and questions to ask from a underwriting perspective, but those are the ways that we're thinking about it.
Yeah, so for us, water uncertainty is somewhat coupled with a little bit with energy as well. If you think about moving water on a farm, it requires energy. So when we start speaking about water uncertainty, you have to also think about that energy piece. So that's a great question from our moderator. And so at Fresno State, we take this very seriously. In fact, we have just recently commissioned a major engineering study of our farm, and 1,000 acres. Okay, so but we have to comply with Sigma regulations. We're in the North Kings GSA. And so we recently commissioned this study to look at the entire irrigation infrastructure on our farm. And so We looked at a number of things. For example, where do we site recharge basins? How do we move water from one point of the farm to the next? Those sorts of things. And then also, simultaneously with that, we also looked at our conservation plans. It becomes tricky there from our perspective because your conservation plans on the one hand call for a little bit of water conservation on the one hand, and of course, minimization of energy usage. And then now your recharge plans call for putting that extra water, if you will, back into the ground, and do you if you haven't conserved it. So those two have to sort of work in concert for it to be effective. And let's give an example of again, I'll go back to our Fresno State farm. So recently, we moved two 18-acre fields from being flood irrigated to being pivot, centrally irrigated via a center pivot. If you drive by the farm right now on Bullard, you'll see these two arms looming in the distance. They cover 18 acres each. This is probably the only one we think in the Central Valley because it's the expandable arm pivot. That pivot really, instead of just doing a circle, it does the corners. So in essence, you've converted a field that's rectangular or square, in most cases it's rectangular, from a field to a field that instead of it being 75% efficient when a circle goes around, with the expandable arm, it takes the corners it irrigates the corners, thus increasing the efficiency. So you've moved from about 75% efficiency at best to about 95, 96% efficiency. That's great from a water conservation perspective. But what does it mean for groundwater recharge? So in other words, we are now moving away from flood irrigation, from the surface water, if you will, and we're putting that into a very efficient pivot system. So we have to kind of calibrate those two concepts as we look at our water infrastructure. And so back to that report, it's a big engineering firm here in the Central Valley. So we looked at the farm and looked at our recharge basins. We currently do have pilot projects on the farm where a couple of our faculty here do some of the recharge projects. But we do have two large irrigation basins, and we're thinking now we need to essentially build a couple more for surface, of course, storage, but also for recharge. As you know, we get water from Fresno Irrigation District. So in cases where we are receiving more water than for beneficial use on the farm, that extra water, surface water, if you will, we can store them in basins, probably move it to the other parts of the farm, and then use that for water recharge. So these are major, for a farm of our size, these are major infrastructure things that we have to do. And in our case, we have to move water from pass water on the Bullard. so these are things that we're doing. So in the next few years, we will be having some more recharge on the farm. We are aggressively pursuing some of the requirements for Sigma. Our team is meeting. And the great news about Fresno State is that we do have quite a number of experts on our team that can help us navigate that issue. But yes, think of water, but also think about energy as well.
Great, thank you. Last question, and I'm going to ask that you answer this question in a few sentences, and then we'll open it up to questions. How can policy better support the next generation of agriculture in our area? Not all at once. Okay, thanks.
Well, I think freedom and opportunity creates tremendous innovation. And I believe if we have a system that protects capital, where someone can't come in and just take your farm, I think our form of government, though it has its flaws, is one of the best I've ever seen. You know, I joined the Marine Corps when I was young because I believe in it, and our Constitution is very strong. And I think having freedom and the rule of law and those type of things will create tracked capital, create innovation, and allow us to, succeed. And so it does get messy at times, and politics is pretty crazy. And a big part of my farming operation is highly political. And so it's just something you have to do, but I believe in the foundation.
Yeah, from our perspective, if multiple parties are at the table while the legislation is being crafted, that goes a long way in ensuring that all pieces are adhered to. That we feel makes a lot of sense. So from an educational standpoint, we would need the technical experts, the engineers and the agronomists and the horticulturists. But whilst this is happening, we also would need our social scientists, we'll need our policy folks to be involved in crafting that legislation or policies. And of course, the end users must be at the table. And I think when that happens, you have a sensible policy moving forward where everyone will not get everything that he or she needs, but at least there's a sort of a commonality among what's our shared goal in moving the policy together. So.
Yeah, I don't think I have too much to add in terms of the alignment of policy and being able to continue to support the agricultural industry. I mean, I'm very biased in that I've been in the agricultural industry my entire professional career, and I don't think there's any better industry to be in. And our agricultural production system is one of the best, if not the best, in the entire world. The amount of technical research or resources we have, infrastructure, logistics. I tell everyone I talk to who's in college that you can find any job you want in the agricultural space, whether that's marketing, engineering, production, HR, IT, food safety, whatever it is that you're interested from a business perspective, you can find it within this industry. And so how do we continue to support that industry going forward? Because there is the component of providing safe food around the globe. There's a component of being able to, provide safe, economically viable food and be able to leverage all of the amount of innovation that exists within this valley, because the agricultural industry will continue to innovate. We will continue to adapt to changes, but those changes can't be punitive to the point where we can't operate. And so we just want the opportunity to continue to operate and provide a very important national security in terms of food supply.
Great, thank you guys. What I've taken away from this is innovation is sustainable. Policy will be more productive through being proactive and not reactive. And that relationships in our industry, from the college to the farm, are what will make this industry brighter for the future. I would love if we had some questions. Yes.
I'm glad the secretary was here next to me at least I gave her a preview on that. Thanks, Blake. So I want to amplify some of the messaging from our friends on the panel, Dean Ralston and William, of course, about workforce needs immediately in the ag futures, right? So one thing I'm working in our networks within the CSU systems is the interdisciplinary nature right in front of us. The ag, energy, water nexus is inextricably connected. But our current curricula and structures in academia aren't really that greatly positioned to address that. So what we need, representing the CSU system, from our external partners in the room, are ways to get case studies, problem sets, modules that our faculty could easily insert to classes and educate your future leaders. In the CSU, we pump out better than 100,000 students a year. Why shouldn't they work in these spaces? And we could work interdisciplinary, like with Dean Nunna in engineering, and Dean Ralston in ag, and Dean Meyer, and all the other deans that I address and meet with in the system to innovate. So we don't have to reinvent curricula. We just got to get the right materials in the faculty so that gets in front of the students. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do you want to? Okay, yeah, in the back. Here comes the microphone.
Get my steps in here.
I'll chase you around too. I need more steps. First of all, thank you. This has been a great session, a great event. Kind of piggybacking on what the gentleman said. I mean, where do you see kind of things going now with, I mean, you've talked about kind of the transformation of ag a little bit over the last number of years. I really like the discussion that Vincent and William and really all of you had about chasing the dollars. So for example, the application that Nuveen has had with really getting on NEMA 2, the economics of that, great job on, you know, offsetting 70% of your power. I'm assuming that you kept under 1 megawatt so that you, per site, so that you could you could kind of stake it to PG&E. Nicely done. And, you know, taking advantage of the tax credit or the cash back. I mean, that's awesome. But, I mean, one of the issues we have is labor, aging workforce, and then with water, I mean, one of the ways of dealing with that is, you know, just efficiency, right? And we make this incremental, I mean, I constantly hear 5% improvement, 5%, 10% improvement. I mean, now with AI and robotics, we see Amazon switching over to robotics in astronomical ways. I mean, every single week, the stock market crashes $2 trillion because, you know, Claude and Anthropotics comes out with some new goddamn skill that's going to change the whole industry. I mean, people are crazy, but there are really revolutionary new implementations. Do you feel like that is being applied in agriculture? I know agriculture is kind of an old school thing that we've had for thousands of years, but it's also one of the largest scaled implementations. I mean, how many different businesses do you have where you've got, you know, miles of land and a complex ecological system? You can get young people excited again with a really cool thing. Are we implementing AI and robotics in this scalable way in agriculture to create efficiencies and make more money in a scalable way? Are we doing that? And if not, how do we do it?
That's a great question, and I am not the expert on that. I am going to hand it off to these guys who are. But I will say, as a fourth-generation farmer, there's a gap between what is theoretical and then what's practical. And so we live, what we're doing in this room today, in this session, is trying to understand how to bridge that gap, right? Because electric vehicles aren't according to Vincent, aren't there yet for the farm. So I'm excited. That's a great question. I'm excited to hear the answer from these guys.
I get, yeah. So I've got two responses to the viewer's question. And the second one, I'll just give you a quick story. But on the first one, where we look at robotics and automation, we're also looking at increased need for power. So think about that. So that's the first piece of the question, answer to the first part of your question. The second piece is a story. A couple years ago, I was in a foreign country, and we were talking about water and irrigation. So we gathered and we were talking in a group, and there was a farmer, he was a pecan farmer, and a couple other individuals all talking about irrigation. And he was letting me, we're saying, okay, this is the technologies that's happening as the latest in irrigation. So we are the sort of the technocrats, the elder statesmen, if you will. And once we were gathered there, this kid, okay, just kind of looking over our shoulders, and then he says, I'm going to show you something. And so he's directing that at us. And so apparently it was the son of one of the farmers that was gathered in that group. So when he pulled out his cell phone, I thought, oh, he's going to show me a TikTok video. That was my first reaction, right? And he says, no, I want to show you how my farm is doing on my cell phone, what the irrigation system is doing, what's being irrigated, what's happening on my farm on the cell phone. So to answer your question then, if we are to excite the newer, younger generation about farming, I just simply tell them, hey, if you have a cell phone and you can upload a TikTok video, I'm saying that with all sincerity, then you can potentially farm. So the point is this. The point is this. We can embrace that transition for the younger generation. Tell them, hey, it's now technology driven. It is the tractor will drive itself. You know, the sprayer will calibrate. Working on that will calibrate itself. So there is a role for you. And for us at Fresno State in our industrial technology department, for example, there is a role for these individuals, and as educators, as you mentioned, Steve, that we need to be prepared to prepare those students for that new modality of farming. So in other words, it's farming, but in a different way.
I have a 3-hour answer to that question, but I will answer it by saying it's not a matter of if, but when.
Well, I'll say in my career, what I've seen is the evolution of going from labor intensive to mechanization. On our farm, if it's labor intensive, we can't do it. And so all the things that we make money, it's not quite robotics, it's not quite autonomous, but it is like a robot, and it's sorting and the packing houses and all the things we do have cut out a tremendous amount of labor. We're highly efficient and effective and productive. And so one thing that is a challenge for me is there's all these new innovative technologies, ag tech and the like. But I have, say, an aging workforce that has been irrigating for me for the last 30 years, and they're very successful and they're very happy. And so it's hard for me to get buy-in and force them to change the whole way they do their life and all the hard work they've done for me and honor their career. And so you got to say, okay, let's start training their assistant or something to have this automated irrigation system, and not just take these people that spent their whole life working for me, helping me be successful, and tell them, I'm sorry, but the way you do business is no longer efficient and effective. And so you got to try to understand that you have to build buy-in, you have to understand about people, and you have to make sure that we have a healthy, out where I live on the west side, it's rural, you know what I mean? So you have to look out for your farmer, you have to look out for your employees, you have to work together, and so you have to think about your decisions and how it will impact your employees and your community. But I'm a big advocate of technology and using AI and all these kind of things, but you have to do it in a way that is measured, respectful, and successful.
Yep. 50 years ago, it was 50 years ago. It was mechanization that wave of innovation, and now it's automation. So, Blake, is there one more question?
Yeah, we've got just real quick one last question, and then.
Okay, yeah. So I was trying to get it done on time, and but let's do one more question.
I think it'll be quick.
Awesome, great, thank you.
Well, last time I checked, the Delta Tunnels project, I think we're about $30 billion now that they're talking about. And the state says we're only going to get about 500,000 acre-feet out of that project, which comes to about $60,000 an acre-foot just to build those tunnels. I was hoping you could opine on state policy and tell us if we should kind of steer the state in a little bit different direction on that.
Well, it's funny you asked that, and I actually voted against the tunnels. And, I'm a supporter, and it's very expensive, but we could bond it. I think we were going to be about $7 billion or $5 billion, probably be more in the long run. But we could bond it, but we're like, okay, well, I'm going to take all these people I represent and make sure that we're going to have the debt for sure, and we might not have the water to pay back the debt. And so I couldn't support it. And the funny thing, about the same time, I was working on a documentary and with UC Merced, and I made my comments in the documentary. Then I watched it, and it was interesting enough. It said, and I think the tunnels we were maybe going to get, a million acre-feet of water. Maybe I think it's far less than that. But let's just say that you could. And so it was going to cost $17 billion, right, for a million acre-feet of water, maybe, very maybe. And so as I'm watching this documentary, they're saying, okay, if you manage the forest correctly, and if it costs about, I don't know, say let's $600 million to fight the fires, you could take that money and start managing the forest. You would prevent the forest fires at the magnitude they are, and it would result in about the same amount of water supply as the tunnels. So I'm like, okay, this is a cost roughly nothing, and we can get the same amount of water as the tunnels. I mean, why wouldn't we just manage the forests? And so I think we need to do both. I think we have aging infrastructure. We need to be building it. I'm sure we can cut out some of that cost by streamlining it. I mean, they build football stadiums and basketball stadiums in record time, and though I'm a big sports fan, I don't think football games are as important as having water infrastructure.
Great, thank you guys. And on behalf of Fresno County Farm Bureau and thank you, Blake, for allowing us to be up here today. And this was a wonderful conversation. If you have any more questions, please pull one of these guys aside. Have a great day.
All right, let's give that panel another round of applause. Thank you so much. Now, I know we had some questions in the back, and we didn't get to those, so don't fret, because we're going to take a quick 5-minute break before our next panel. So track down the panelists that you had questions for, maybe grab some coffee to refuel, because we have a great panel coming up next. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Feel free to have some conversations, connect with folks, and then we'll get started in just a few moments. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to go ahead and transition into our next panel session for the morning. It's a great group of folks. I know people are getting coffee, making connections, but if everyone can please take their seats again, that would be great, and we can get going. So as we move into our third panel, we're talking about shifting towards the future, and specifically how the Valley can lead in California's clean energy transition rather than simply respond to it. And the question's no longer whether the transition is happening, it's how it happens, and whether regions like ours actually shape it in ways that strengthen both our agricultural productivity and our communities. So if everyone can take their seats, we're going to go ahead and transition into that conversation. I know it was a quick break, but we're going to get started again. Thank you, thank you. So our next panel, please join me in welcoming our guests, Samir Sheikh, Executive Director and Air Pollution Control Officer for the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, who's serving as our moderator. We have Patrick Milloy, Partner and Chief Operating Officer for Golden State Clean Energy, Walter Mizuno, Director of Fresno State's F3 Center for Engineering, Innovation, and Design, and Lecturer Emeritus, and Suzanne Haig, Senior Consultant for Regional Economic Development and Climate at the Central Valley Community Foundation. Please welcome these panelists to the stage. If you just wherever you'd like to sit. Yeah, sorry. This is kind of an awkward podium.
How about this? All right. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. And first, I just want to welcome you here. I'm not going to be doing any sort of introductions or bios or anything. What I am hoping is when we maybe first have our opening question here, each of the members can take a second to introduce sort of who they are and what they do, because that'll lead directly into the question. And really building off the last panel, I actually think there's going to be a lot shared here with this panel that's going to be very much supportive and in line and building upon the last panel. And I do want to say, you know, I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer for the 8-county San Joaquin Valley region. We do have a pretty unique perspective. Often, you know, and I have 8 county supervisors on my board, one from each of the 8 counties. We deal with issues on a very regional basis. There really aren't a lot of organizations kind of like ours, so it's always really interesting for me to work really closely with institutions like Fresno State, where, by the way, I went to school, and my 2 daughters are currently students here, and my wife teaches here. So it's always a pleasure to be go dogs. And I just want to say, kind of from my vantage point, the clean energy transition is happening. It's here. We work on issues every single day that prove that this is a very, very active process. And we know that this region has always powered California. We feed the world here. We generate and produce energy, resources here in the region, and we innovate under pressure. I mean, we know this. If you look at the air quality challenges alone, and by the way, I have to say, last year, this is hot off the press. I've got my science deputy here in the audience somewhere. He's telling me, and we've got the data to back it, we had a record-breaking clean air year in 2025, which I think is just a round of applause to the entire region. And agriculture is a huge part of that. And we always have to commend our partners in agriculture for the work that they've done to really reduce their emissions footprint. And it's not just about carbon and climate, it's about local air pollution, local community impacts, which you're going to hear a little bit about today in terms of the scope of this particular panel. So we also have a lot of assets in the region, and we have so much potential, and I think you're going to see that because some of those very assets are actually sitting right here on this panel as they talk about the work that they do. So I'm going to go through, and I have the feeling, you know, I have a little bit of a thought process of how to do this, but it's probably just going to be a little bit of back and forth as well, and that's actually more than ideal. I want to just ask the panel here. I'm just going to start with, actually, I'm just going to start here with the person to my left, our friend with Golden State Energy, Patrick. what makes the San Joaquin Valley uniquely positioned to lead California's clean energy future? Maybe talk a little bit about what you do. Share some thoughts with us.
Sure. Thank you, Samir, and thank you, Blake, and the Maddy Institute for having us here today. I'm Patrick Malloy. I'm one of the partners and the Chief Operating Officer of Golden State Clean Energy. I've got over 3.5 decades in the California energy space, focusing primarily on electricity, and I've spent the last 25 years plus working on infrastructure projects in the San Joaquin Valley. One of the keys when we talk about the San Joaquin Valley and its key role is that we are the pathway, or you are the pathway. There was a conversation earlier about the transportation of goods up and down the valley. Well, one of those goods is electrons. It's the electricity that flows north and south across the state, a little bit west to east from Diablo Canyon into the San Joaquin Valley. But when you look at clean energy infrastructure and you look at this transition, it will not and it cannot happen in California without increasing the transmission system. So the bulk high voltage transmission system that predominantly in the valley is right now on the west side of I-5, we have to increase the amount of transmission to carry electrons throughout the state. And part of what my company is doing, and we have a great partnership, and I can't do justice to some of the things that Director Bordeaux of Westland said last time, but without Westland's involvement with us on the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan to look at how we can repurpose 136,000 acres of what was once, and hopefully some point in the future again, will be the most productive agricultural land in the world. But right now there's not the water for it. There's also an issue on about 70,000 of those acres that's drainage impaired. So we look at the transition in the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan as a long-term but temporary use to drive value to the valley, to repurpose that land for solar, storage, and electric transmission. And it has to be done at a size and scale that will support billions of dollars of high voltage electric transmission that we have to add. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out I have two of my partners in the room. Both of them are either currently or have historically farmed in Westland's water district. And so this focus on agriculture, and my partner and our CEO is in the room, one of his statements that he drilled in my head when I was consulting to him is the highest and best use for ag land is agriculture. And I think we support that. We're looking at the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan on how we can help the state on its reliable, affordable, and clean energy targets, but it is a long-term, temporary use of the land.
Walter, just as both a professor, farmer, but also now director of an organization that's really, or a piece of the university here that's dedicated to thinking about innovation, you know, maybe share maybe both from a farmer perspective, but also with the many hats that you've worn, and also, by the way, my former professor when I went to Fresno State, as just a little bit of an aside. It's always amazing to see Walter.
We were much younger then, Samir.
Yes, we were. Yes, we were.
So anyway, I'm Walter Mizuno, and I've taught at Fresno State until, well, about 38 years of actual teaching. Retired and then came back. I think Dean Nuna can best relate the story, but while on my way to the my retirement party, he offered me another position, so I never really retired. But he kept me pretty busy here. But my background is in engineering. Went away, came up from a farming background, went away to college, engineering, came back. My parents always wanted me to not go into farming. And the reason why is that they knew it was a hard life. You know, it's a lot of unknown, uncontrollable things can happen in that type of business. But what they do, they decided to retire, and they asked if I would take over the farm. So, get my degree, come back, and I ended up taking over the farm. The good thing is that my two boys now have recently taken over the farm operations. And they are both Fresno State graduates, by the way. But they ended up choosing the path into the farming mode. One of them is an engineering major, and the other was a business major. But they decided farming was something they wanted to do. So I appreciate everything that Fresno State has done for them and helped prepare them pretty well, I think, for farming. The role I play right now is to help design the future in farm innovation. And I have a small team of students and other professionals working with me. And one of those things we're looking at obviously is robotics. But my span of interests are kind of, how should we say, dictated by my upbringing. A lot of things when I was a little boy, running around the farm and stuff, and you kind of get into the farming end of it, about irrigation, tractors, and that type of thing. Most of those things I imagined as a young child actually came to be, okay? Drip irrigation. When I was growing up in the 60s, they didn't think about that type of thing. It was, you know, flood irrigation was pretty much the way, and most of our water came in through you know, ditch deliveries and so forth, as well as groundwater deliveries. Tractors and stuff, diesel tractors were great. Well, I'll tell you something. We still haven't gotten away from diesel tractors. And we're installing some auto steer systems right now, but we looked into battery-powered electric vehicles. Haven't quite made our cut yet, as far as not quite there as far as getting into the path. So one last tidbit before I sign off here. Samir, I don't know if you know this, but my major in graduate school was in air pollution. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, so anyway, new information for you. I come kind of full circle, okay?
And Suzanne, you know, we've had a long history of dealing with CVCF on a variety of things in the past, but just prepping with you a little bit before the panel, you know, definitely, and working on some of the major initiatives these last few years with S2J2, and I know you've been thinking a lot about this topic. Just really a pleasure to have you on this panel and maybe share some of those opening thoughts about, you know, what you consider to be important as we think about this transition and why the Valley is uniquely positioned.
Yeah, thank you, Samir, and thanks for having me. Really delighted to be here. So, Suzanne Haig with the Central Valley Community Foundation. I come to the foundation after about a decade of state service working on climate and land use issues. And a couple of years ago, the Newsom administration created what's now known as the Jobs First program, divided the state into 13 economic regions, and the region that we are sitting in now encompasses Madera, Fresno, Kings, and Tulare counties, and is now known as S2J2, or the Sierra San Joaquin Jobs Region. That region spent over a year plus engaging thousands of stakeholders across the region to come up with a vision and an implementation plan for the economic future of the region. And one of the key drivers of that plan and that vision was this realization that the clean energy future is here already, to Patrick's point, and that this is going to be an incredibly transformative force for the region. So I think Patrick did an excellent job of spelling out why the region is so well situated to create and to move electrons, and to be an incredible contributor to the state's clean energy future. The state, you know, anticipates our estimates from the state's energy planning indicate that this region contains about 15% of the state's population, but is expected to generate about 25+% of the state's clean energy by 2030. So we're going to be an incredible contributor to the state's goals for climate, for clean air, and for energization. What we're working on in the context of the 4-county plan that the region has put together is ensuring that there are benefits back to the region and that local communities have you know, improved livelihoods, improved opportunity, and improved affordability and quality of life because of this economic transition. So kind of two components of that I'll touch on briefly, and we can go into more detail. One is, you know, the local authority to shape where and how that development of utility scale clean energy infrastructure is deployed. So we have permitting authority, land use authority, et cetera. So shaping where stuff literally lands in the ground is one important piece of that. And to that end, it's not just about local permitting authority, but also engaging at the state level, because a lot of where energy infrastructure lands has to do with where, again, to Patrick's point, the transmission infrastructure lands, and that is largely driven by state planning processes. So we've been looking for the past year at the literal like spaghetti chart of how the state does energy planning and infrastructure planning, and trying to figure out how do we intervene in that in ways that are constructive to help shape where the infrastructure goes. And in the context of, you know, this event and this panel, that's important because we want to make sure that we're conserving key prime agricultural land, key water, groundwater recharge areas, conservation priority areas, and so forth. So being really thoughtful about where the stuff goes. But the second part that I think is maybe more important in terms of kind of the direct impact on communities is the economic opportunity that's created. And here we have, on the one hand, this amazing kind of opportunity to generate electrons, and yet what we hear from our economic development partners is that this region is also really competitive for a number of other economic drivers, biotech, ag tech, a host of other economic sectors are looking at this region, are looking at inexpensive land costs, are looking at a young and incredibly educated workforce and other factors that make this region really competitive. But they end up going elsewhere a lot of times because of energization, because the cost of energy is high, and because the timelines for energization to literally plug in the facilities are too long. And so a lot of what we're working on now is figuring out, okay, so if we're making all of these electrons in the valley, how can we also make sure that we're providing clean, reliable, and affordable energy to literally power and fuel the future economic growth in other sectors that are already here, but have a lot of potential to grow. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Samir.
Thank you. And I think we can, quickly jump maybe into a bit more of the weeds, and with some of these issues that were raised, do a few tailored questions for the panel members. And I think that is the point of the panel today, is talking about that clean energy transition and really thinking about the leadership that's going to be needed to make sure it's done in a way that improves air quality, establishes water sustainability, and that really lifts our communities up economically. And I think that's, if done right, can be done successfully. But again, like you were saying, Suzanne, if we don't think about these issues, I think can have ongoing issues here in the region. So I want to just jump right into a couple of questions here then, kind of with that in mind. And I'll start with you, Walter, actually. Maybe bring in both the perspective of the farmer, but also with your engineering background and being responsible for fostering innovation, which really just gives you a practical view, I think, that combination of backgrounds into what works on the ground and what doesn't. You talked about the electrification of tractors already, kind of in your initial comments, but maybe just broadening that out a little bit. A question for you, Walter, is how can clean energy projects be designed to complement and not displace agricultural land use, and what would make growers more confident participating in that transition? That's something we deal with, obviously, in the air quality front quite a bit. But what does it take to continue accelerating that pace?
Well, we have recently completed construction of one of our office buildings, and on top of that, we've also integrated a lot of solar panels with the intention that we were going to help power our electric tractor fleet, which never materialized. So I think the key thing in there is we're looking at trying to figure out what's going to happen in the future and how it's going to affect your planning today. The infrastructure for electric vehicles right now and the technology that electric tractors have to work a full day in the field have not quite arrived yet. And that's been a problem for us, because we were planning to, well, let me back up a little bit. I got a lot of dreams out there, okay? And I've always jumped the gun. I used to serve on a board for the tree fruit agreement, and we were looking at robotic harvesters in those days. This is back in the 80s and 90s. Still hasn't occurred yet. It's getting closer, but it still hasn't occurred yet. So a lot of my timelines are pretty far off there. This one on the electrification, we're looking now, and I'll tell you what's happened. The last 3 vehicles we bought for the farm were all diesel. It's a matter of economics in this case, and we didn't have the infrastructure to support the electric. So I know I'm a bad person. I don't care about the environment, but the economics of the situation and the willingness to be able to support our operations made it, played a huge factor in just being able to make that decision. One of the other things I'm doing, though, while I'm here at Fresno State, is to look at the water side of agriculture, and we're looking at reuse and reclaiming nutrients in water from essentially wastewater, but it's already been used once. There's a lot of brackish water out there in the valley. A lot of it's in underground aquifers, just isn't usable for ag water right now. So we're looking at doing, reclaiming that in a way that's sustainable, in a way that makes economic sense, because we were talking about the diversion tunnel through the delta. It's pretty expensive. We're looking at ways in which you can control costs a little bit better, bring it back to local control. Sigma CV Salts has dictated a lot of things that we're doing, or why we're interested in doing certain things. And we're moving in that direction because what we see, at least in our group, is the need to make something simple that you can put into the farm. And when I say simple, simple to use, simple to repair, but it's going to have to require technology to do it. And I think one of the other panelists from an earlier panel group mentioned that there's a lot of integration that goes on here. It's not just ag, it's not just engineering, it's not just science and math here. Everybody's got to work together. So a system like that is really coming along, but it's taking a lot of different people to share their talents. I don't know, have I answered the question enough to where you kind of get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think I have this sense we're going to be circling back on some of that here as we kind of move through.
Okay.
So thank you, Walter. Yep. And I do want to circle back now on something that was mentioned in both Patrick's and Suzanne's kind of opening comments. And I'll start with Patrick to maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive in some of the large-scale solar development that you're working on. You've seen firsthand how these projects intersect with communities, land use, local economies. This is some pretty big stuff you're working on, just to put it directly. So maybe you can talk a bit about the lessons that you've learned, that we've learned from early large-scale clean energy investments in the Valley, and how can these projects be structured to deliver tangible local benefits, beyond obviously the megawatts of the state are a huge part of that, but to surrounding communities as well. What's your perspective on that? And maybe talk a bit about that scale that we're talking about here.
Sure, that's a great question, and hopefully I bring up some of this stuff because I think Suzanne brought up some great points too. First off, let's start with a couple numbers. Over 90% of proposed power projects never get built that are proposed. So if you're a property owner, you enter into an option with a development company and you get minor option payments and you collect that money for years, and then that project goes and eventually evaporates, disappears for either economic reasons, or it can't get permitted, or it gets lost in the labyrinth that is the California Independent System Operator Generator Interconnection queue. And I don't want to put everybody to sleep talking more on that, but first off, know that 9 out of 10, it's actually about 92% of every megawatt that is proposed fails. How do you make a difference? Our legacy company entered into an agreement about 15 years ago with Westlands Water District to develop what became known as the Westlands Solar Park in Kings County. And that was a master planning effort on 20,000 acres of land, combination of both public and private, the public being district-owned, Westlands Water District-owned land. As we sit here today, about 11,000 of those acres has been put into solar production. There are right now plans to bring the residual 9,000 acres. It's all fully permitted. We have our interconnection rights with the Cal ISO. And there are off-takers that want to buy that. So we expect we are going to hit about a 94% success rate at the Westland Solar Park. It's not 100, but it's a 94% rate. Why are we hitting 94 and other projects are 6 to 8? Because we were of size and scale that we were able to undertake doing a 9-digit transmission build on this project. For the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan, where we have permitted and have site control to build over 20,000 megawatts on the fallowed ag land, we're looking at billions of dollars of transmission upgrades. If I was developing a single project, say 200 or 300 megawatts, which is a massive project, we're talking that takes 2 to 3 sections of land to build, and I got my pro rata share of a big transmission build, my project would die. I would go to my investors or my management if I was at one of the large developers, and I would say, hey, my pro rata share is going to be 9 digits on this transmission build. All right, well, let's find another spot. Let's go to a spot where the transmission build is not that bad. Unfortunately, in California, that's our cost of transmission integration almost everywhere. And so lessons learned, and I do need to get back to the community question, but we are in competition in California with all of our neighboring states. We're in competition for jobs. We're in competitions, as Suzanne talked about, is it takes us forever to integrate large loads, large employers. It's not that difficult in Texas or Arizona or New Mexico or Colorado. So we need to find ways to move faster. We need to find ways that promote success, and we need to do it at a scale. The California Energy Commission just this week put out their study to implement California's SB 100, which is 100% carbon-free. Don't get me started on that. It's not obtainable. Earlier panel nailed it. 90% is doable. Let's get the low-hanging fruit. But their numbers are we're going to need to add 150,000 megawatts in the next 20 years. The Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan, there's nothing like us on this size and scale in the US or the world. We're talking about 20,000 megawatts. And before these numbers sound huge, when we talk about competition elsewhere, we talk about California being a leader. We're not a leader anymore. Texas is cleaning our clock when it comes to clean energy. We have about 35,000 megawatts of wind and solar on the grid. Texas, who 5 years ago had less than 10, has almost 80,000 megawatts. Texas has some of the lowest wholesale energy costs. Why? Because it's utilizing the wind and solar when it's available. They've built a bunch of batteries, and they also have a robust modern natural gas fleet that reduces emissions by having state-of-the-art natural gas plants. So I probably haven't hit on the local communities that's important, but let me tease out a little bit. Our plan, and working with our partner with Westlands, is about a decade-long build-out that we're looking at employing thousands of union jobs during that construction. I don't want to be held to specific numbers, but ballpark, we'll be looking at somewhere in the range of $6 to $10 billion in wages during the construction phase of this project. And then once the project is built, we'll be paying property taxes. Solar has been exempt from property taxes in California. That exemption ends on December 31st of 2026. At full build-out, the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan should have assessed value on the property in Westlands Water District greater than the current assessed value in the city of Fresno. That's greater than the combined assessed property tax in the unincorporated county and the city of Clovis added together. We are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that's going to flow through property taxes that right now, be clear, I don't want Jose at Westlands to glare at me, but the 70,000 acres that's district land in this program right now is owned by a government, and they pay 0 property taxes on that land. So we're talking about an influx of billions of dollars in wages, and then ongoing for the long-term, but not indefinite, property tax benefit that will be billions upon billions of dollars, because it will be hundreds of millions of dollars a year. We view those as very significant benefits that VSIP can bring.
Thank you. And those numbers are truly mind-boggling when you kind of lay them out there. And something that I know this audience is extremely interested in, for sure. Maybe just building on that, I'm going to go over to Suzanne to hit on maybe some of those sort of same topical areas, but kind of from your perspective in really thinking about how do we ensure that the benefits of this clean energy development reaches rural and disadvantaged communities, and what role do you think regional institutions, organizations, and partnerships play in making sure that we scale this growth in an inclusive way that really just lifts up the economy as a whole?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, it's amazing the scale and scope of what Patrick's company is doing, what others are doing here, and then to think that at the same time you have rural disadvantaged communities, some of whom are farm workers or former farm workers living literally right adjacent to this infrastructure. And I think I'll just speak for myself, not coming from an energy background and coming into this work. I think I initially thought naively, like, well, you're just generating it here, so you just like run an extension cord, right, and plug in, and and you get cheaper energy. But it doesn't work that way. So I think one of the benefits back to communities is to figure out within the system that we have that it's complex to create special rates for special cases, because it's like the balloon situation, right? Like as a state, you squeeze the balloon one place, another ratepayer somewhere else is paying the cost of that. So that is the extension cord scenario is a lot more complicated than that, I've learned. I think too, community benefits agreements are kind of standard fare for large infrastructure projects, including clean energy projects. And I know that the Westlands project has and will have community benefits agreements built into their process. I think the importance of thinking as a region about these issues is we hear from both community members and from developers that the way that community benefits agreements have been negotiated is highly unsatisfying for everybody across the board. They're typically negotiated on a one-off basis. They're at the 11th hour of the project. The process is sort of a black box on both sides of the table. And so we hear both from the developer side, I'd be curious Patrick's perspective on this, but we hear from the developer side as well as the community side. We think we can do better, and we think we can deliver these projects in a more streamlined fashion while also bringing more tangible and sort of systemic benefits back to communities through community benefits agreements. Let me be clear too that that is a separate sort of legal structure from property taxes, which Patrick mentioned is also a really important kind of change that is coming with the property tax exemption being lifted. And then I think the other, Samir, to answer your question about like the importance of thinking as a region, the other thing I would go back to is, again, this context of regional economic development and thinking about what is the kind of political case to be made for, hey, we're generating all of this energy. Are we just shipping electrons out to the Bay Area and to LA? But there are still affordability and reliability and timeline issues on energization for businesses here in the Valley. Just kind of doesn't make sense. And so making that case and then thinking really creatively about what are the kind of policy and financing innovations that we can put into place so that we can have the energy available on the front end in order to attract those businesses that I was talking about. And that is, easier said than done, but I think really requires a regional context to look at both problems and solutions rather than a one-off basis.
Just as a quick aside, we at the Valley Air District have definitely seen major issues with energization of facilities. One of the things that we've seen is a growing trend has been large facilities developing their own power plants. Some, I think at some point they may be connected into the grid, although I think realistically, when you're able to generate your own power and get through the permitting, and once you invest in equipment, I don't know why they really would ultimately want to get on the grid, because I think at that point you're generating cheaper power and you kind of control your own destiny. So I think that is something that we've seen more and more of, and just one of many issues that have come up in terms of the infrastructure challenges that we do have in the region. But how does this transition sort of lead to some opportunities maybe to address that? So I don't know, Patrick, if you had some extra thoughts to share perhaps on some of what Suzanne had raised, and maybe building on some of your earlier comments around more community level sort of thinking about those benefits that come from these development projects, and how it's already complex enough, I think, to get large scale projects kind of across the finish line. How do we sort of bring as many people together in that process so that those benefits are clear and that there's broad support for the work?
Sure, and I think to answer that, I'm going to have to take a step back and provide a little more background on the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan. My company, Golden State Clean Energy, we are the master planner of VSIP. Think about a residential community where the original developer comes in, takes title or has an option on a large swath of land, permits the land, entitles the land, puts in the infrastructure, pulls the conduit, the sewers, et cetera, then actually blue tops the lots and turns around and sells those lots to the ultimate home builder. So when you think about the Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan, we're that master developer. We're going to build some of the solar, but we're not going to build all of it. The common theme is our partner in this, and that's the Westlands Water District. And it's the commitment that that board has made, and it's the support that working with them and our friends at Labor, that Assemblymember Soria carried AB 2661, which was unanimously approved by the California legislature and signed into law by the governor in 2024. That bill requires, it provides certain new authorities that Westlands Water District is unique of any water district in the state of California. It gives them rights to support and master plan and drive high voltage transmissions to support solar built on fallowed ag land in Fresno County. That bill also requires Westlands to develop a community benefits program. The board passed a resolution back in 2024, and they've also now gone public on a process that they're intending to move forward. And I'm not going to get in front of a director or the AGM on the activities that Westlands is doing, but they've made it abundantly clear that as these programs, as they develop that program, it is going to be incumbent upon every project that gets built and is covered under their programmatic EIR that they're going to participate and meet the requirements of that community benefits agreement. But it's not just the community benefits piece that this master planning, the VSIP approach, helps. It's also going to address how fire suppression and weed abatement and management of this happens. And Westlands, by teaming with a local government, that the viability, and the general manager is not here, but Allison Febo talks about it, that this is a survival need for Westlands. And I think Director Bordeaux talked about it. And I've had times where there's conversations that VSIP is taking away agricultural jobs. And I think William touched upon it. No, we're actually looking at opportunities to take a portion of some of the farms, have them make money on that to sustain farming on the other part of the land. So we look at this as not only sustaining those jobs, but also bringing additional jobs. As far as the benefits to the local community, it's going to be through CBAs. I think there's going to be a master one. That's what Westlands is working on. The last thing on, there needs to be a regional approach to talk about how we can speed up infrastructure in the valley, how it can support job growth. There hasn't been major transmission infrastructure built in Northern California in 40 years, with one exception, and that was when the federal government stepped in 20-some years ago during the energy crisis. There was a plan for a new major 230,000 volt line between PG&E's Gate substation, not far from Harris Ranch, to Gregg, north of Fresno. That would have done wonders to improve reliability in the greater Fresno area. It's a line that PG&E identified as being needed or something like that back in the 1980s. It finally got approved about 12 years ago by the ISO, and 5 years after they canceled that line. So there needs to be a united front of the valley pushing for getting infrastructure built that creates jobs but also allows for economic growth in the region.
Thank you, and I do think we have a hard stop at about noon, so what I'm going to do now is transition. I'm just going to ask each panelist this question, maybe a minute or two each. And you talked about the SORIA bill, and we are in a legislative session once again, a lot going on there. It doesn't have to be legislative, but the question is, what policy change or maybe partnership would most accelerate responsible clean energy leadership in the San Joaquin Valley? Are there bills that are working their way through that you think would be meaningful, or are there any other sort of policy changes or anything really just proactive from a leadership perspective that could be done to be successful as we talk about these major changes? And I'll start.
I was going to volunteer.
Maybe
last,
with,
but I'll
well, whoever wants to go first, actually, feel free to jump in.
So the question is about the AB bills going through right now. I'm not that familiar with them, but I will say this in terms of just general policy. We need something that addresses the large needs of everybody. In other words, the infrastructure type projects. If we're building out water projects, building out power projects, you have to be looking at a timeline that is fairly far out there to be able to plan properly. A lot of these projects that come and go seem somewhat tied to whatever the political climate is. And sometimes it's just hard to make decisions that are purely apolitical. You're looking out for the good of everybody that's going to be affected. And no project has ever come out where everybody's 100% winner. But you're trying to make sure that the negatives are minimized as much as possible, while you still get most of the things that you're looking for. One of the other things I took away from an earlier panelist was they talked about how everybody needs to be involved in terms of getting people into ag. You need to start at an early age. Ag itself should be, I think, I don't know if Dr. St. Hilaire is still here, but it's an integration of a lot of different things, life sciences, now it's engineering more and more. And you're looking at just the fact that we're all interconnected. And making a decision in isolation is just going to spell disaster for the group as a whole. I think everybody wants what they want, but you have to be a little more, how should we say, able to give up something, be able to compromise and give up something and still get something in return. And that to me, when we talk about some of our, for me, water policy issues and so forth, it's been hard because we've had some of our recent research projects canceled because of lack of funding. And a lot of these things, when you cancel them, you cannot get back to them and restart them quickly. You're doing constant research. When you come back in, if you have a break in there, it may take you 5 years to come back to where you were a year ago. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it.
Thanks, Walter. You want to go next, Suzanne or Patrick? Who wants to jump in?
I can go. Sure. Thank you.
Does he volunteer to be last?
Somewhere.
Leaves you.
I think a lot of ideas for policy change. Regionalizing the community benefits kind of structure, platform, kind of process, I think is a win-win all around, as I said, to sort of streamline the project delivery process and to bring more consistent, tangible benefits to communities. I think, you know, I sort of talked about this energization to support economic development issue. We refer to it as a chicken and egg problem. A lot of the times that the way the system is structured, you have to have an offtake agreement in order to get in line for energization. So in other words, you have to have the demand already in place in order to supply the energy. I think there is an important opportunity for policy change that would allow for an upfront investment in the energy infrastructure that is then maybe paid back over time, like a revolving loan fund or a TIF type mechanism or something like that, so that we can really start to see the benefits of affordable, reliable energy to the region. And to Walter's point several minutes ago about, you know, his tractors and that there's still not the economic case for the electric tractors that he was dreaming about way back when. I think, you know, similarly, there's a policy opportunity to think about when we have a mandate for electrification or for other sort of like systems change, to think about, well, what is the infrastructure that we need to put in, again, on the front end to make sure that that is feasible and possible and is deployable in the timeline that we want to see it. So just a couple of ideas. Thanks.
Thank you.
So there's almost a call to action today on this topic. I think the legislature and the governor have given great policy direction. We can argue whether or not everybody feels that way or not. But the problem is it's then turned over to the agencies to implement that policy. And there are real issues about that, actually something that's going to be coming out tomorrow from the Public Utilities Commission that I'm going to touch on. But before I go there, when we plan projects in California, infrastructure projects for electricity, there's like a three-legged stool: affordability, reliability, and policy. I want to talk a little bit about reliability in Northern and Central California, the PG&E service territory. We are a region that is more dependent than any other region in the United States on generation that exists inside of Northern and Central California. That's because PG&E has the opportunity to import only 15% of the electrons we need to keep the lights on in Northern California. Well, that's okay if we're building a bunch of resources. We're not building resources in Northern California. So if it's a good hydro year, which we'll get back to the water nexus, that's pretty good. If it's not a good hydro year, guess what? We're burning gas. We're burning gas in the East Bay. We're burning gas in Bakersfield. We need those gas plants long term, but we use them more and more on a bad water year. We have not had more straws to our neighbors, either north, east, or west of us, so we are very dependent. What that also has done is California has built a fair amount of wind and solar. In the Tehachapies, there's a fair amount in Kern County, so some of the valley, but you look at the disbursement of Kern County, a lot of it is on the south side of the Tehachapies, is where a lot of that investment has occurred. So from an affordability issue, ratepayers in Southern California save about a penny a kilowatt hour on wholesale costs compared to those of us in Northern California, because there's congestion on the high voltage transmission system and we can't get cheap power from the south north. So how does that circle back to policy? Well, the California Public Utilities Commission is coming out with an integrated resource plan tomorrow, and they're going to give guidance to the California Energy System operator on where they should plan for transmission in the future. They've identified a need in the next 20 years, lower than the Energy Commission. I don't want to get into the weeds on why that is, but it's about 80,000 megawatts of electron-producing resources, geothermal, wind, and solar predominantly. That plan that they're going to adopt calls for 32,600 of those megawatts to come from outside of California. What states? Not sure. They're counting on over 17,000 megawatts of out-of-state wind. No one is planning that wind anywhere in the western United States other than our Public Utilities Commission. my company and a bunch of other developers have put comments on that the San Joaquin Valley on ag land that is being fallowed because of Sigma implementation is where we should be looking. Specifically, in the proposed decision that will be voted on by the Public Utilities Commission tomorrow, they said, oh, we see an oversaturation in the Fresno area, and we're not sure the commercial interest exists. And what I would say is, maybe the 120,000 acres of land that Golden State has entered into contracts with property owners on long-term interests, and maybe our programmatic EIR for 136,000 acres that William and his board members certified in December is a lot more of commercial interest than phantom wind in Wyoming or New Mexico. Because I will tell you, we have load growth in California. The load growth in Nevada is 4 times faster than it is in California. And the load growth in Arizona is 2 times faster than it is in Nevada. If California wants to take care of its own destiny, and if the Valley wants to see load growth, all politics are local. The Valley needs to be united on a bunch of the stuff that Suzanne's been talking about, and California needs to take care of Californians and bring resources into this state where we can control how they're permitted and how they're built, and we have a little protection of our own destiny. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Is there any sort of action that you envision kind of in response to that, we just kind of see what happens with the PUC and then go from there? But what's your recommendation, I guess, in terms of how to best kind of track that issue?
I think it's an education and communication for the people that want to get involved in this, that want to see these opportunities materialize. The state has to build infrastructure. I'm a proponent that we should be looking at all forms. As a company, we're somewhat agnostic. We can't outsource our energy supply to neighboring states that have their own needs. And we need to look at where can we build and what should we be building. And it's just really engagement in these different forums. We need to have these regulatory agencies hear from the local communities on what you want and what's important for the economic engine of the San Joaquin Valley. Otherwise, there are various regions of the state that get ignored because they're not there, and it is a squeaky wheel. The Public Utilities Commission is in San Francisco. Guess who shows up? Greater Bay Area interests. That's what we see.
Thanks. All right, so I'm looking at Blake for time allotment, time allowance, to see if we can take a question or two. All right, let's see. I don't see anybody like jumping out their seat or anything like that yet. But is there anybody out there that has a question? We have a question.
I'm 6 years in California, so and a year and a half to agriculture. The conversations that are happening right now, and I'm not an advocate of how the governor launched the 2035 electric car and all the things we've been talking about. However, what was the dialogue 10 years ago around this topic? And has the change and the announcement, whether we agree with it or not, has it spurred the type of dialogue and action that's moving this conversation forward?
So there's some people that served on this panel with me. In 2015, Governor Brown kicked off what became known as the Solar Convening Study, and it was the Least Conflict Lands Report. And it was a recognition that Sigma implementation was going to lead to the fallowing of 500,000 to 1 million acres of land, and we should try to reach consensus between local governments, the Farm Bureau, developers, the NGO community, and tribes on where should we look to develop solar in the San Joaquin Valley. And there was a collective report that was developed, provided to the governor, and guidance. And the conclusion of the report was, we need to build more electric transmission to unlock this potential in the San Joaquin Valley. To date, you want to take a guess on how many transmission lines we've built to implement that?
Doesn't sound positive.
So that's again what The Valley Clean Infrastructure Plan, what we're trying to do is all about, we've got to go size and scale to push that. And we need to make sure that the benefits associated with this stay in the local community, though. There has to be jobs, tax base, and there will be CBAs.
Maybe to conclude then with that one question and response, one big theme that I've heard today is just how critical it is for there to be collaboration, engagement, looking at this as a region, making sure that we're thinking about all of the various stakeholder relationships, which obviously are very complex. I can tell you that, to answer the question kind of a little bit more, what we've seen with the federal administration and the state in terms of goals that were set and kind of where we are today, a lot has changed. Everything from electric vehicles to the trucking, locomotives, talked about solar. And so there is an interesting kind of point in the state's history as well as our region's history right now that is really sort of begging the question, what's next? And so I do think that maybe one key takeaway at the very least here as well is how important that these forums happen and how important that we have places to talk about how we pivot as a state, kind of in light of everything that's changed over this last year or so. Again, not weighing in on the specifics as to how people might feel about those changes, and how do we try to find opportunities kind of within that to sort of reevaluate and double down on the things that were working really well, but also fix the things that maybe weren't working so well. And I think that's really another call to action that I would say as a region is how do we keep building rather than, sort of being in paralysis mode, which I think in the big picture of things, there are a lot of things right now that are in major flux across a lot of these key kind of clean energy transitions. So very much appreciative of this panel. Maybe a round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm a little bit late, but thanks, Blake, for having us here. Really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Just give him one more round of applause. What a great panel. Well, we have a very special guest waiting for us at the end of this event, so don't go anywhere, but we are going to take a quick pause because I heard some stomachs growling. Lunch is available over just on this far side over here. Please feel free to grab a lunch real quick, maybe mix and mingle for a few minutes, and then I'm going to welcome up our very special guest at the end for our closing keynote to close us out. So with that, we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and move into the final piece of our event this afternoon. Hopefully you all get the opportunity to grab a boxed lunch. If you haven't, run over there. I know probably many of you are going back to your office or the field or the classroom or wherever it is that you're going after this. It's meant to be a grab and go for that reason. So hopefully you got some food. I did just want to make a quick announcement before we get started. The Kings Water Alliance, which is one of our booth sponsors, they're actually a grantee of S2J2. You heard from Suzanne Haig earlier talking about that program. They have a QR code to take a survey for water workforce needs. So I encourage you, if you haven't had the opportunity, check their booth out. Some of the other booths are still here. Check them out as well. They have some great information and resources for you today. So let's go ahead and move. We've heard some great panel discussions today, and I know it's a lot of information. We've been moving along quickly, but I hope you found it informative, and I hope that you can take these conversations back, whether you're a industry leader, a policymaker, academic, whatever field you work in. We hope that these are things that you can take pieces of and bring it back to your teams, your industry, and then hopefully we can continue to have conversations like this in the future. So we're going to go ahead and move into our final keynote conversation, and it's my distinct honor to introduce Karen Ross, the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Karen Ross was appointed Secretary of the CDFA in 2019 by Governor Gavin Newsom. And in reappointing Secretary Ross, Governor Newsom cited her unmatched leadership experience in agricultural issues, both here and abroad and in California, in areas including environmental stewardship, climate change adaptation, and trade. And she was actually initially appointed by Governor Brown back in 2011. Before joining CDFA, Secretary Ross was Chief of Staff for the U.S. Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack, a position she served in since in 2009. Prior to that appointment, she served as President of the California Association of Wine Grape Growers from 1996 to 2009, and as Vice President of the Agricultural Council of California from 1989 to 1996. Prior experience before moving to California, she worked for a United States Senator, a presidential candidate, and government relations for rural electric cooperatives and public power districts. Secretary Ross has strengthened partnerships across government and academia, the nonprofit sector, to drive and maintain and improve environmental stewardship and develop adaptation strategies for the specific impacts of climate change here in California. And she grew up as a 4-H kid on a farm in western Nebraska. She owns 800 acres of the family farm, where her recently retired younger brother, a 4th-generation farmer, is mentoring a new beginning farmer in growing no-till wheat and feed grains. The secretary has a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and is a graduate of the Nebraska Ag Leadership Program. She served on numerous boards and committees throughout the state and California agriculture. And without further delay, please join me in welcoming Secretary Karen Ross.
Thank you, Blake. Can I take this off?
Yes, you can.
I'm just going to wander around because I'm going to make this up as that goes. Quite frankly, a lot of the topics that I wanted to touch on today, I'm glad they were already talked about. So hopefully someone just put the burden on me. Was that you, Larry, that said you're going to tie it all together? I don't know that I'll be able to do that, but I do want to say, first of all, Maddy Institute, thank you for doing this. These types of summits, and I think half-day summits are the way to approach it because everyone's so busy, but bringing really timely topics that are such crucial importance for the Valley and using them in a way to unify the voices of the Valley for the full power of the Valley as a unified voice to be felt on policy in Sacramento and even in Washington, D.C., is where the real opportunities are. And the topics that we've talked about today, more than anything in recent history, tell me why this is so timely and why each one of you can, and I hope will, and should get engaged in these at all the different levels. I'm going to start with coming back to the state in 2011 and being so impressed by this thing called the San Joaquin Valley Partnership. It was an entity that was starting before I came back from Washington, D.C., and I watched it as a representative of the 8 counties in the Valley working together with the private sector academic sector, and local government sector at the table together to say, how can we as the 8 counties get our fair share of things like infrastructure, which at that time was a transportation bond. And it was that willingness to work together with strong local leadership, where we all brought the priorities to the table, but we're willing to listen to each other and think about what's best for the region as a whole. And everybody made some compromises, but I will tell you, out of that proposition, this valley did extremely well because of the willingness to bring all the priorities to the table and then do that hard work of deciding which one should it be. That was a very informative example of all that's possible when you have strong local leadership, like one of my friends who just walked in here, who chaired the San Joaquin Valley Partnership. Over time, other things started to happen, and I will say it is because of Governor Newsom's vision, having been lieutenant governor for 8 years, which he said is just really about getting to every ribbon cutting there ever is in the state. His background in business and building his own business informed him with a passion to do an economic development plan for the state of California. You would think a state as big and successful as California has always had one. Where I come from, every state has one, and it's really easy. There's 3 things, if you're lucky, that drive the economy, so it's easy to bring everybody around and go, here's the 3 things we need to do. We need to expand meat processing. We need to do this on X. Well, in the state of California, such a diverse, large state, we have basically 12 to 13, depending on the years, strong, equally powerful drivers of our economy. And what's going to work in Humboldt County and Porterville and Long Beach are extremely different. And Governor Newsom really respected that, and that really was informed by work that we had started to do at the Strategic Growth Council on transformative climate communities, investments for affordable housing, but thinking about them in a holistic way, and thinking about them being community-driven, local government-led, empowered by the state being willing to make the investments. And what happened out of the Central Valley and here in Fresno in particular, really visioning what is it that we all want for this region. And you know, in a lot of places around this country and even some voices in our legislatures, ag is legacy, we need to be forward-leaning. This valley said, there are things that this industry has built, but there are things that have been left out. How do we lean in onto our powerhouse of agriculture? How do we do more things to add value? How do we make sure that no one's left behind as there will be transitions to new opportunities? And that really is what became known as Jobs First. I will have to say those 13 county regions that Suzanne talked about happen to align themselves very, very well to the FFA regions of the state. I always have to blow that in, because if you want to talk about leaders, get your FFA students empowered and have them understand the issues to be voices for you. Jobs First has led to a better understanding of what is it that we can do in this region that will be sustainable, that will help us transition to a carbon neutral economy, that will help us to do it in a way that will have good jobs, good incomes, good investment in infrastructure, and the conversation today is tying that all together. It is the ability to do planning in a way that hasn't necessarily happened. Suzanne talked about really spending the time with, somebody characterized it as the spaghetti on the wall. When you look at energy planning in the state, you have the ISOs of the world that are 40 years out. You've got the Public Utilities Commission that is trying to do what's for the next 5 to 10 years. And in between that, you've got the Energy Commission doing a 20-year plan. And local governments just trying to deal with land use and the power for that, and where do we put industry. Having a year-long dialogue with these 4 counties in this region has been hugely eye-opening for the energy entities, for the Department of Conservation, for CDFA, but it was because of leadership here, about a vision of how do we capitalize on ag as a powerhouse with the understanding that the water issues, the land use issues, the environmental issues, the energy issues, and the creation of new housing is going to draw more people to this, and how do we make sure that we preserve what matters to quality of life, to this wonderful, abundant agriculture that cannot be duplicated in other places. Very important talking point for everyone to recognize. When we talk about agriculture in California, just in these 8 counties, how much of our fresh food production comes from here, processed food production comes from here, dairy comes from here. Yes, we are the #1 dairy state. We grow more milk than Wisconsin, which still is an item of resentment by my friends in Wisconsin. We grow more peaches than Georgia. Don't get them started on that. Of course, we know we grow the fresh citrus, and we're the biggest citrus producer, even though Florida used to have that claim. Those are just a few examples of why would we ever want to give that up in a time of Make America Healthy Again. When we know that because of chronic disease that is 50 to 60% diet and nutrition related, we can avoid that by feeding people better and making sure they have access to what it is that we grow. When we talk about food is health, food is medicine, it's what we grow. There's never been a better time to remind people about what it is that we grow in this state with the resources that we do and the innovations that we do that is really about the major solution to our healthcare crisis and the trillions of dollars that are spent on chronic disease treatments that could be avoided with better nutrition and diet. So when we talk about these things, ag is the intersection is everything. When we went about passing Sigma, one of the things that I kept raising up because I was afraid it was going to get lost is this is going to have huge land use implications. Land use is a county by county thing. And where can the state be supportive in not just the implementation, but understanding how to mitigate the impacts as much as possible? I'm thrilled to hear Golden State, sorry, I forget the name of it already, but whatever Westlands is doing on energy. Thank you all for stressing. We don't have to just accept 500,000 acres to 1 million acres being fallowed. That doesn't have to be permanent. People, please work with us on this. It doesn't have to be permanent. Just as my program for on-farm water use efficiency started in 2014, and I get questions all the time, why are we still funding that? Haven't we already modernized the irrigation systems up and down the state? Well, when technology stops bringing us new solutions, maybe we could do that, but the technology continues to create new opportunities for every farmer to have access to those technologies to improve water use efficiency, which also dramatically reduces energy use and in fact improves their fertilizer efficiency. These are hugely important environmental and economic issues. When we talk about what we've been able to do on farm for resiliency, our Healthy Soils program, agriculture is part of the solution. This ability to draw down carbon and store it in our soils can only happen in forestry and on ag land, growing the plants that we do and being able to capture that carbon, which improves our long-term productivity, improves our water holding capacity, and improves nutrient cycling, all issues that have huge environmental impacts here in the valley. So when we think about land use and the opportunities for energy, are we willing to work together across county lines to really think collectively for this whole valley that could easily become the warehousing central that Riverside County is no longer willing to do anymore, and housing everywhere? Are we going to stand up for smarter growth, collaborative land use planning that still ensures that we can have a healthy, thriving, abundant agriculture with perhaps a different footprint, but we're investing in the technology to optimize every drop of water and every acre that we have in productivity? Are we going to really embrace what is happening north in the Jobs First initiative out of Modesto, which is being circular, bioeconomy, starting with all the byproducts that come off of our fields, our orchards, and our food processing plants using conversion technology for biofuels. For all of my friends, I'm a big advocate for biofuels as part of the transition to electrification of our transportation grid. It is possible. When we think about what our dairy families are doing with the investments we've made in dairy digesters, that's renewable natural gas that could power every truck that travels up and down 5 and 99 in this region on a daily basis. It would immediately make a clean air improvement to help the avoidance of childhood asthma, which is at a high prevalence in this valley. We need to stand firm for this ability for our circular economy. The dairy families of this state have made huge sacrifices as part of their sustainability on really embracing this technology. It can generate a little bit of additional income for the farm. And if we can get this more included in the transportation fuels as the transition on our way to all electrification, we would have an immediate reduction in air pollution and improvement in the health of our citizens because of doing that, and revenue generation for our rural communities because of that. That's just one example of what's possible. When I look at all of the planning that's going on in energy, all of our technology is going to require it. I'm looking at my friends with F3, which for me is just such an exciting opportunity that comes out of Jobs First. The biggest investments that have happened in economic development in the state was, first of all, F3 drawing down the biggest U.S. investment in the economic development. What was that, $68 million about 5 years ago? Time flies when you're having fun, which the state leveraged, a $30 million investment to help make that happen. Ag Tech in the last round of funding from Jobs First got $15 million for just ag technology and bits and pieces of that up and down the state. When we think about what's happening south of here in Kern County on energy and decarbonization, what's happening here with Ag Tech and really understanding the planning of the energy to power the new industries for value added and new opportunities. When we look at the conversion technologies that are coming out of our national labs and being deployed in Beam Circular, these 8 counties in this region can make a huge difference for the future of the state of California, the West Coast, and a huge contribution besides the food that we grow to what's happening across the country. So if I leave you with anything today, the water situation we have is the water situation we have. There are great people working on holistic plans that I see increasingly bringing different allies to the table to be advocates for the investments of those water investments. The Sigma conversation is driving land use changes that could take away opportunities by the lack of decision making or better inform how we make decisions together. Energy, the generation of energy, understanding where the grid is, where the grid isn't, and the ways that we can help influence those policies at CEC, PUC, talk about spaghetti, ISO, FERC, everything else. Let's all think about how we can bring our voices together to really look at agriculture is still the driver of this economy. It cannot be duplicated in other places. It is not only a part of our economy, it is part of our culture, it is part of life and health and wellness at a time where we know what a difference we can make. And guess what? It's already happening. The question we got earlier about what do we have to entice young people to agriculture? It is the technology. But it's also the science, these conversion technologies. It's the idea of the robots that are being constructed that increasingly are more capable of even picking tree fruit and cherries and other types of things. It's the golly gee whiz part of this. And our investment, not only in ag tech and climate smart agriculture to add to our resiliency, along with the investment that we're making in farm to school, to feed children better, to know where their food comes from, to do more local procurement, which is helping the hundreds of thousands of small-scale farmers that we have, is also a great pathway to show children how they can have a life of purpose, growing healthy food, being part of ag technology, being part of energy solutions and a bio-based economy in a way that we just haven't thought of in intentional ways before. And it is a way that we can all continue to inspire, even in these very challenging economic times, not to give up on the future. The future is ours. It's what we make it, and it's what we make it working together. And you all have the ingredients. You are a powerful is an intentional pun, a powerful influence on what the state of California is capable of today, and more important, what it can be capable of tomorrow, because of the great academic institutions that we have, including the ones that are here in the Valley working together. The last thing I want to close on is we are releasing, by hopefully in 2 weeks, an agricultural resiliency strategy. That will be a living document. It's pulling together all of the strategies that we've been working on and have been able to invest over $700 million into climate smart ag programs to show what's possible moving forward. And next week we will be releasing something I'm very proud of and I've wanted to do for my whole career, which has been a unified approach on thinking about the next decade of research and innovation with our partners from the CSU Agricultural Research Institute, the University of California Ag and Natural Resources, the Chancellor's Office of the Community College, because of the huge workforce development opportunities and needs, the Department of Food and Agriculture, and Western Growers. This is about aligning all of our priorities that are really future-leaning, that will solve problems that we're stubbing our toes on today, but make sure that we are also capable of meeting the challenges of the future and moving in that direction. I'm very excited to finally have this document and to see the really great collaboration that's happening, because the innovation that we've already capitalized on and realized in California agriculture came out of institutions like this. You all know that. Bulldogs rule. Don't tell the Aggies at Davis I said that, or the Mustangs at Cal Poly I said that. This place is so important to our future, and you can make it happen. Thank you very much. Did you want me to do questions? Okay.
Well, let's give Secretary Ross one more round of applause. Thank you. Well, I just want to say one last time, thank you for being here today. I think this has been an incredibly informative event, and I hope that you all took away some positive, valuable information. And before we close, I just want to add some final remarks, kind of returning to the question I posed earlier, why we're here, why we do this summit every single year. The future of agriculture is not just someone else's responsibility, it's everyone's in this room. It's all of the folks in the policymaking spaces, in academia, government, agriculture, every single industry. This is our home. This is our future. This is our valley that produces and feeds the world. And we do this because the San Joaquin Valley is too important to be left out of impactful policy conversations that have real-world impacts. And we do this because relationships matter. I hope that some of you maybe walk away with a new relationship, a new connection that you can take, you can build upon as we're exploring these collaborative solutions together. That's what Ken Maddy believed. Ken Maddy believed that deeply that building trust across differences was the foundation for good governance. Not total agreement on everything, not holding hands and singing Kumbaya on everything, but understanding, building that understanding, not total uniformity, but building mutual respect, trustworthiness, and collaboration. And so we see that in this room today. We see legislative representatives from all across the political spectrum sitting next to one another. We've seen renewable energy advocates, fossil fuel energy advocates. We see folks across different partisan differences, different industry differences, but everyone's here in this room. We have folks like the mayor of Lemoore in the room. We have, again, like I said, congressional representatives like Congressman Costa's office in Valadeo, Congressman Fong, Senator Hurtado, Senator Grove, Assemblymember Arambula, Assemblymember Soria, Congressman McClintock, Senator Schiff, just to give you an idea of all of the folks that are in this room working together. We may see on the news that that's not always the case, but these folks are collaborating behind the scenes, working across the aisle to get things done, and that's what Ken Maddy believed. So thank you for your time, thanks for your engagement today, and we look forward to continuing this conversation and seeing you at a future event. And once again, thank you to our presenting sponsor, Golden State Clean Energy. Thanks again for your time. Have a great afternoon.